So I've also been going down a vast James Wiggy rabbit hole because I'm extremely impressed by her works. She's remarkably elegant. And I've been rethinking Gestalt theory in light of Bergson, Timespace, and also just some of the other stuff on like memory abstraction and different things. So Jan Zwiggy, she wrote a book called The Experience of Meaning, and I'm happy to talk about anything today, but I've been really impressed by her. But what she talks about is how, there's an assumption. There was this movement of thought called Gestalt theory, which is the idea that human beings perceive wholes, like we experience wholes. And she makes the point that there is no evidence that phenomenological experience is built up into. Like we don't, the experience of a bookcase is not built up into, it actually comes as a whole. We sort of assume that percepts, or perceptions, percepts, you have concepts, percepts, and there's another one that escapes me, but a percept, you experience as a whole, as a gestalt. Nobody experiences percepts as parts, right? You experience them as wholes. And so the idea is once you start saying, okay, no, they're made out of atoms or different things like that, you've actually smuggled in a presupposition. And I'll give it to Mr. Luber here in a moment. Is that you've snuck in a certain presupposition where why couldn't it just be gestalts curving into gestalts, actually? Like once you look up the parts of a bookcase, those are just new holes. When you look at the atoms of a bookcase, they're just new holes. And what ends up happening is gestalts, the word which means holes, they're just holes curving through into, the word I like to use is curving. So he talks about interweaving, but I think it's kind of a curve, and I'll explain why I say that. But it's just gestalts all the way down, up, down, sideways. And really, when you just look through a microscope, you just change the scope of gestalts you're looking at. You're not looking into the parts of a thing, you're just changing the scope of gestalts, which then you think is what makes up the bookcase, but really it's just a new percept of different gestalts that then, when you zoom to a different perspective, curve into another gestalt. And then, of course, if gestalts curve into gestalts, then it's all a gestalt. And so you have a many in the one problem that's kind of dealt with, right? The reason why I find this very interesting is because I think it starts bringing in the now of Bergson, the great now, the creativity of Whitehead, and I think also starts getting at like Barfield and different things. But it also ties into Merleau-Ponty and the phenomenology of perception, because, like, for example, if you can get so close to a lion it turns into quarks, and then at that point the quarks follow a different logic than, say, general relativity, it follows quantum logic, well, then actually your posture, your position relative to phenomenon changes the logic that it undergoes, right? Everything actually at a certain point entails a different natural substrate or different laws that it follows, right? And likewise, if you stand far away from a lion, you'd say the lion is small. The only reason you know it's actually big is because you've been close to it. But imagine you could never actually get closer to it. Then relative to your scope, it actually is small. So the point is, often we assume experiences are built out of truer experiences, but really there's a real sense, and all we ever do is change our positioning to the gestalt and have different gestalts curve into different gestalts relative to the scope we take up in the position and condition that we are in. And I think that is very, very important because basically, if she's correct, that human beings long for experiences of gestalt, these strikes of beauty. And Mr. Jockin, good to see you, sir. I couldn't help but bring up Jan Zwingli because I thought that lecture was quite important, was very elegant, and was very beautiful. It's a very different world to think of gestalts curving into gestalts of a gestalt than to think of wholes built out of parts. And that merely when we look at atoms or we look at things of smaller scale, we're just looking at a different scope of gestalts. So I think it's a beautiful thought, but there's more to be said. But let me give it to Mr. Luber here. Mr. Luber, please.
Another name to throw in the mix there is vertical causation with Wolfgang Smith, because that's basically what he's saying and how you kind of get around the problem with traditional physics with New Age physics. But the point with the curvature, what it does to me is prove basically a storytelling cosmos where holes curve into holes because they fit within a narrative of wholes. The narrative as itself is a whole made up of this is where I would personally say that there's parts when you're taught when you're once you're aware of how basically wholes are interconnected, that it makes this narrative, then you can kind of break the wholes into parts as it relates to the narrative, but not as it relates to just the actual putting together of something. Like if it's not storyified, then right, yes, yes. So right. When we talk, that's really good. That's really good. So Daniel in his comment made a distinction basically between parts and movements, where the story, the quote unquote parts of they're just movement. They're just what moves a story, and they're not necessarily just like parts that are just isolated on their own that you have to like mush together to make a whole. It's just part of what makes something move. It makes me think, what makes meaning, you know, portable might be related to how enduring the movement is. So the more movement of wholes that are, the more likely the meaning of that movement will be portable. Will be able to spread, so to speak. So I think, yeah, her lecture was amazing on YouTube. It just making me think of how would you go about being scientific or just have that type of mindset toward wholes curving into wholes, or if you were to take my hypothesis of, you know, what endures movement wise equates to how portable the movement is itself. Like how to go about, because I think with this mindset, it changes how you approach measurement, and it changes. I think it changes a lot. Um, so yeah, I'm just driving home from dog walks, thinking how how does this change the measurement, I guess, is the question. Like how would you go about that? But yeah, I'll pass it back off.
No, magnificent. I'll give it to Javier. Well, there's a way in which I suppose if we move from thinking parts to movements, then you move from measurements to maybe rhythm or rhyme or beats. Like, is it on beat or does it actually the velocity of the movement, the effectiveness of the movement? Because how do you measure a movement? If you talk about distance, then you're measuring the movement relative to space, right? But if we're talking about movement to movement, then what is a quote unquote measurement of movement relative to its own frame, right? Well, it could be the velocity of it has to share the quality of movement. It could be the speed of the movement, it could be the quality of the movement, it could be the rhythm of the movement, it could be the form, the formulation of the movement, it has to be a temporal dimension. But of course, in a weird way, how do you measure time, right? You don't really measure time according to a spatial metaphor like a clock. This is the problem. The clock turns time into space, right? Okay, well, that's an invalid measurement. If we're trying to measure time to time, then it's going to probably be something like rhythm, and it's going to be beat. How often a beat repeats, which of course means pattern. Basically, the measurement of time to time is a pattern of which is qualitative, not spatial. It is a certain experiential pattern, a repetition of a certain experience, which then is temporal, not spatial. Because here's another problem. Once we talk about pattern, you could be talking about space. So how do we not talk about a spatial pattern? It has to be a repetition, perhaps, or a reoccurrence of a certain quality of experience that a subject has in the movement, right? Ergo nous, ergo apprehension of beauty, ergo intrinsic motivation, some sort of quality continues to come back around. That seems to be quite central if we're going to be talking about a measurement of movement to movement that is not in terms of spatial quantification, because that's always the problem, right? The moment we start talking about The moment we start talking about quantification, we assume a spatial metaphysic over a temporal metaphysic, and that kind of throws out the entire, that messes up the entire measurement question. Christian, good to see you. Also, yes, I think Wolfgang Smith would absolutely align with what James Wiggy is talking about with Gestalt theory. Also, too, basically, I think what it would mean is science. What the question becomes: what is a science of time-space versus space-time? And what exactly are you then measuring? But let me give it to Javier and then Mr. Jockin. Javier Rivera.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to tie this in with what I've been reading as well. I've been reading Herbert McCabe, God Still Matters. He makes this really useful distinction between indifference and love. And he uses a spatial metaphor, ironically enough, which is love for him is giving space. So it makes me think, at what point did parts and wholes become a part of the conversation? Was it when the machine metaphor became dominant? Is that when parts and wholes became a dominant discourse? Because I think it was Bard that argued that really the right metaphor is idea of organism. Because if you actually argue from an organism metaphor, then you can understand the curvature of wholes. But then it also makes me think of this. If we have space as indifference, we get parts and wholes. But if we have space as love, that means I give space for something to exist, to be itself. Then it is a whole. It is a whole by itself. So that means love then is this movement that allows things, or it gives curvature to the space of things to have wholeness in themselves. But we don't typically look at it like that. We don't typically look at love as a way of being or as a way of measuring to give space to things, to be wholes. To let something exist on its own is something. I guess this is the difference between what McCabe is talking about as not a hierarchical relationship, but an equal relationship. What does it mean to be equals as love, which is a very rare, it's a very rare occurrence the way he's framing it, but not that there's anything wrong with hierarchy is necessarily bad. You can experience kindness and benevolence and all that other stuff, but it does kind of show that there is this kind of, I'm starting to see a kind of symmetry between machine metaphor, parts wholes as a kind of hierarchical relationship, but that doesn't actually depict how we experience things. So if we take organism as the metaphor, love as this movement of giving space to things to be themselves, to be whole for themselves, I start to see that I guess a measurement is possible in a sense. I guess the measurement that measures against itself is, are we allowing it to be itself whole? And what does it mean to allow itself to be whole in itself, right? What does it mean to be whole for that thing in relation to other things? And I guess that would actually answer the question of difference as well. Because to give space for something to be whole answers the question of difference, I would say, and that is love. But yeah, that's all I have to say. I don't know how it all combines, but yeah.
No, I think it's all fantastic. I mean, so there's a way in which perhaps parts are like musical parts of a movement, and that what it is this continual movement of the curvature that is a music, and you can scope in at any point of the music you want. You can look at the movement in terms of atoms. You can look at it as a bookcase. It is all parts, as in musical parts of the same music, of the same whole, right? And what's very interesting then is it makes no sense to talk about music being whole without the musical parts, but it also doesn't make any sense at all to talk about the musical parts being the whole, right? And this is where you get that quote unquote interpenetration, et cetera, so forth. And then, of course, there is something about relevance realization, as Viveki talks about, as being able to have the right grip or the right conditioning for the best experience of the music, which then I think is Wigley's insight. The grasping of the Gestalt seems to be when you're rightly conditioned to experience the Gestalt and you get an insight. And then I just very much love that line she put at the end of the lecture where she said, perhaps what we long for in life is an experience of Gestalt so powerful that we must change our lives. And she obviously starts the lecture with the Rilke poem. I find that quite beautiful, and I think that's getting at beauty, obviously. I think she has a book called Lyric Philosophy. I have not read it. It looks quite magnificent. But it is I think her thinking is very aligned with all of this. And so then the question becomes the following. What is the Gestalt that you experience? What is a whole then? What is the whole that you are experiencing? What is its character? Because all of this, and I'll give it to Mr. Jockin, all of this suggests whatever this whole is we are describing, it seems to not be primarily spatial. It seems to be more temporal. The term that Zwingli used is that perhaps at the depth of reality are not parts, but some sort of shape that moves, ergo form that moves, ergo formulation. If form is temporal, it is a time space, and space is a manifestation of the time. And then the right conditioning in relation to it is a moment of Gestalt, beauty, etc., so forth, which then begs the question of what must the nature of reality be like in its structure for this to all be afforded. But let me give it to Mr. Jockin. Mr. Jockin, it is good to see you today, sir.
Good to see everybody. Gestalt is very kind. This is why the lecture video you brought up was very appropriate, because in design, graphic design in particular, that's a huge area of topic. It's Gestalt. So this is very appropriate, which is why I caught my interest the whole lecture and the idea of it. I think actually I want to just add on to this conversation. And in design, we talk about this, right? There's something that's added, this kind of quality that is not just breaking down parts, right, that make up a whole. There's something extra generated from it that could not be accounted for beforehand. Actually, the answer, I'm reminded of Nassim Taleb. I reread his Anti-Fragile text recently again. And his comments about Jensen's inequality, I think, is relevant here. And he uses the example of the fact that functions operate can have the exact language is the function of the average is not the average of functions. To kind of simplify what he means by that is to say, let's say you have a traffic system, a city that's structured to take in on average 80,000 cars per hour, right? So it can handle that without any disruptions and it functions great. But if there's any irregularity, asymmetry in that distribution, then all of a sudden, even just a 10,000 increase, a small percentage increase, set at 80 over 2 hours, the example Nassim Taleb uses is over 2 hours, instead of 80,000, so 160 total. Instead, it's 90,000 or 100,000, and then it's 60,000 the next hour. So the distribution got changed. So instead of being an uniform unit distribution, 80,000, it's basically 100,000 the first hour, 60,000 the second hour. That has orders of magnitude effects that are asymmetric. It's not like basically the traffic jams explode because of the distribution of flow changed. So this idea that the function pattern has a very particular stressor relationship. It can only be so in a certain way. And then when it starts breaking, it breaks down when the pattern gets disrupted. So what it's hinting at that all the parts of a city, the highway structures, all this stuff, the cars, the activity of the city has this pattern that's more than just any individual one part. And actually has a very particular boundedness of how it operates in health. When it breaks past that pattern, it breaks. This is a very abstract way of talking about it. But the point is of like what's a whole here is not just even the city, it's the function over time. And that distribution is basically what that pattern of distribution, I always said this kind of language of like temporal patterns kind of hinting at this, that those combination of factors can go scale all the way, or basically fractal. They go down to every element in the system and then into the whole section together. So that's just in terms of what are you measuring, to that idea of the interaction of the functions, of the function of the average or whatever entity we're looking at versus the average with all the functions related. That if there's a difference between the two, that causes completely different behaviors than if they're exactly the same. And I'll close with that.
No, that's magnificent, Aspasi. It is good to see you. Yeah, Seth is the one. Aspasi and I have been having talks with Seth, and Seth brought this lecture to my attention. I'm very impressed by his wiki. No, I think what you're saying on function, well, that also then gets with, to me, the problem. We tend to measure functions in terms of averages or what is the best function, which actually can give us a misunderstanding of what the function is, right? And also there is something about a function in space can be different than a function in time. But of course, a function in time might be difficult to repeat. It might be more qualitative than quantitative, and therefore fall outside the realm of ways that we start to sort of measure things. I think also what you're talking about design is perfect, because one does not measure the quality of a design if the parts are all good, if the overall effect is not of a gestalt, right? You would say that there can't be a whole here if there are no parts, right? And yet it also seems to be a mistake to suggest that the whole is greater than the parts, because the effect of the whole is a result of all of the parts being in the right place at the right time, therefore curving into the gestalt, right? Not just building up into it, right? So gestalts curve into gestalts is the way I've been thinking about it. I think also for me, this is very important, because Gestalt theory, as we've talked about before, in that piece on typography, and then I'll give it to Mr. Luber and Javier, one of the things that I talk about with Derrida is Derrida basically deconstructs much of metaphysics on the gap between the signifier and the signified, between the word cat and the phenomenon of cat. Well, the act of apprehension of saying, oh, cat, that is before the gap opens up. And so if Gestalt theory actually overcomes that deconstruction of metaphysics by basing it on saying that the Gestalt is primary, which of course is, like we talked about in our book, Philosophy of Glimpses, the act of apprehension itself, which is basically what I take Zygmunt to be saying when he talks about insight. That is the basis of metaphysics. Oh, and what if that's the basis of metaphysics because the Gestalt is actually most real, is most fundamental? Oh, not only do you not deconstruct it because it overcomes that critique, you don't deconstruct it because it is aligned with actuality as Gestalt. Insight is precisely in alignment with actuality as Gestalt. But of course, this all begs the question of what exactly is this whole, and what exactly is the certain functionality of the whole, of which then gives you reason to believe this is the whole. What does it actually do? What do the qualitative experiences suggest that a whole has been encountered? Because it does seem to be the case that just because I see a bookcase, that doesn't seem to be the whole that Zwiggy is talking about. Dr. Zwiggy seems to be talking about a whole that is greater than simply saying bookcase. It is some sort of piercing, some sort of insight, some sort of coming through, right? So there seems to be holes, but then, dare I say, some sort of whole of the holes that actually are not built up into, but that they are all participating in, analogously pointing to, etc. So working as parts in a musical movement chord that then one seems to mysteriously have the abilities to apprehend here and there in glimpses and glimmers, and the question becomes why, and then what must the nature of reality be like for this to be even possible? What are the conditions of reality so that this is a possibility, which is a phenomenological analysis? But let me give it to Mr. Luber and then Mr. Rivera. Mr. Luber.
Yeah, I think the gap is actually situated now in a different dimension. I think the gap is between the whole that's being perceived as it relates to the narrative. So like when you see the whole bookshelf, that whole curves into the movement of the narrative in which it affords you to see it as a bookshelf, is what I'm thinking. So that's a claim. I don't see it as that necessarily has to be the case, but I think that makes sense because if that isn't the case, I feel like what would happen is another form of the beauty collapsing into the good, basically, where like, the beauty doesn't dissipate or disappear. It kind of like stays and maintains itself within the framework of wholes. And in that sense, wholes eventually could be flattened out, where it's like, yeah, everyone sees wholes and everyone measures based off of rhythm and this and that. But I think that would just be another eventually self-effacing framework where if we do see this as, oh, there's the gap between how the holes curve into each other that create a certain movement as it relates to the the whole of the movement. I think that would be that means it leaves room for different ways in which you can apprehend a whole, or even approach the thing, if you will, because there's something about, yeah, there's this framework that makes sense, and it's like, oh, we're just looking at it wrong. This is another way of coming at the whole time space versus space time thing. And it's like, okay, if we take that seriously and we take it to the apex of its thought, what's preventing it from self-effacing again? So I think the gap then has to be situated not between the thing and how it's signified, which is kind of where the gap is situated now because it's so space-time oriented. But where's the gap situated if it's time-space, basically? That's what I'm thinking about as it relates to this really awesome framework with Gestalts. And then also, I just think in general, like, been writing a lot of notes about it, just like how the between of beauty and good is theme, is what I've been thinking about, and how theme actually mitigates how the beauty collapse or doesn't collapse into the good, essentially. I.e., something is thematic to a significant degree, it doesn't collapse to just mere goodness. If it's not thematic to a significant degree, then it's going to collapse into goodness, basically. And I think there's something to that as it relates to naming things, naming the apprehensions that come to us as it relates to more of a grand narrative of sorts. So, like, I'll just say, the way I'm thinking about it, you can't know the whole narrative, but I think when you apprehend a whole, you can basically infer what the narrative is at that point. And then because you have to infer what the narrative is, that's the gap. So that's what you have to play with and work with, is how exactly, when you apprehend a whole, how it relates to that inference of the narrative. How many different inferences can you discover also? Because part of me is thinking the more inferences you can make to the narrative, the more likely it's meaningful. And so, like, I'm trying to think of an example that I, on the spot here. Like, I can't think of a good example, but bear with me. The bookshelf, I apprehend it as a bookshelf. Well, you can, like, situate that bookshelf with like grandpa. My grandpa gave me this bookshelf, and I have you know heritage, and I have a tradition, and you can maybe the bookshelf ties into some family tradition or something more than just the bookshelf, but yet it allows you to see the bookshelf as the bookshelf, because part of the apprehension is also that first person emotional tie to it. So, that bookshelf in Daniel's office might be very different than the bookshelf that I just put together in my room from Target. And they have different inferences as it relates to the narrative. Like, for me, I hate my room that I live in. Javier has seen it, tiny as hell. And I needed a new bookshelf just because I'm getting too many books. It was out of necessity, where, like, Daniel's like, that bookshelf in my office was actually, like, in the living room, and it's my grandfather's bookshelf, and I need to get rid of it in the living room because I need the walls for this other bookshelf because I have so many books, and I have to put it in my office because I don't want to get rid of it. It still means something to me, so on and so forth. But come to think of it, I feel like you don't use that bookshelf, ironically, to hold books. I feel like you have other things in there, maybe, and that the walls are just covered as bookshelves. But that's a tangent. But I hope my point is coming through, where the gap is between basically not just like how apprehension, how the saturation occurs, but how that saturation relates to basically the other saturations that coincide with that particular saturation. How they, to me, they're inferences. They can, but I'll pass it off. Got a parallel park anyway.
That's really hard. You're doing philosophy while paralleling parking. I think you'd get a freaking like medal if you did that. That would be really impressive. You said some very important things. Generally, what I would say that I'll just you cannot know the formulation, but you can know the forms of the formulation. And the forms are where there's an intersection between the narrative and the Gestalt, or the Gestalts and the Gestalt, which of course is funny to say. But the insight, what Zwingli talks the insight, is a moment of some kind of intersection where things cross or come together, and then there's a certain apprehension of this crossing. And perhaps it is something about where the Gestalt intersects with the narrative, or there is something that comes and you apprehend them together in that moment, and then it passes as if the thing that is whole is moving. And you can have moments where the formulation, which I will call Timespace, which is a fundamental creativity at the basis of being in a sort of Whitehead sense, and a sort of absolute that is unfolding, it seems to be able to come upon points where the formulation is formed. You apprehend the form as a whole, which is isomorphic to the formulation as a form that is formulating, but then it passes through and it continues on the formulation. So you can infer there's a formulation occurring, but you cannot know the whole of it. You only have reason to believe it is occurring because of these insights and apprehension of forms, ergo gestalts, because forms are gestalts. And so because you can have these insights, there's reason to believe that there is a formulation occurring, that every form is in and participating of and a product of, but the formulation cannot be reduced to a single substantiation of the form, but you need those substantiations, in fact, to infer the occurrence of the formulation, and that is a moment of Gestalt. That is a moment of a breaking through. I think also that gap, there's various gaps. There's gaps between the formulation and the form. There's gaps between the moment of waiting for the form, waiting for the Gestalt, the formulation of the Gestalt, and then there also perhaps is a gap in the impossibility of repetition in the Deleuzian sense because there's an excess, but I will have to explain what I mean by that and why that might be important. Also, too, I think when you're describing all of like the bookshelf, grandfathers, and all those different things, the more variance that can be considered in the formulation, the more complex the form can be if all of that variance can be brought together into an insight and apprehension of a Gestalt. The more variance, the more memories, the more things you do with the bookcase, the more magnificent in a sense, if it can actually be brought in that variance, narrowed on a probability distribution into a form that can have an insight, but the higher the probability of a dispersal in an intrapodic way. Like the more I add to what the bookcase is, the more difficult it is to see how it all relates or what it has to do with one another, so it can disperse and thus become entropic. But the more that it can disperse, the more there is to bring together into a Gestalt, and so the more complex that Gestalt is, and therefore I would argue that the more negentropic it is. That actually the more magnificent the Gestalt that you incite, the more it creates energy and motivation, because that's why the Gestalt of the bookcase does not excite you. It is not as complex as, say, the insights that Dr. Zwingli is getting at that then let you afire, right? You are apprehending Gestalts, but they're not complex. They don't have a certain magnificence in their coming together. Like the bookcase just appears giving itself to you together, right? There's no mystery, there's no wondering, there's no need of a narrative or a theme to bring it together, right? But if you have a whole lot of parts, like your whole life's work and everything you're doing, and it took a lot of courage to do, and then one day it comes together and you have an insight of that moment. That Gestalt strikes you as magnificent because it was not known how it would come together. And then suddenly and all at once it did, just like a good story. Theme was the structuring of that possibility. And that Gestalt is magnificent, ergo beautiful, which then gives you drive, intrinsic motivation, and actually can change you as a subject because of the complexity that had to come together that necessarily risked dispersion in an entropic sense because there were so many musical parts. It's like the more parts you have in your musical movement, the more likely it is to be noise and miserable. The more instruments you can have and nevertheless make something beautiful, the more basically incredible it is that you did that, because it's so easy to have the parts counter one another, eclipse one another. And so it can become more magnificent. Whereas if you have less instruments, maybe just a violin and a piano, it's less likely that you're going to have a cacophony or noise, but also there's more of a simplicity to it. So it may not raise you up in the same way, unless you can add a complexity of a memory, your own, like it makes you think of a grandma experience or a story, but you have to add a dimension that is not given in the instruments from your own personal experience, right? So there's a issue here of the more variants or variables you can add to a Gestalt and hold it together, the more complex the Gestalt, therefore the more negentropic, inspiring, beautiful potential it has, of which can transform the subject in its internal capacities and drive it. Now, more can be said on this, but let me give it to Mr. Javier Rivera. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you add this part of simplicity and complexity, because I was already thinking like, so, I mean, I wasn't thinking in terms of simplicity and complexity, but I was thinking in terms of, so, okay, when I write a poem, you could look at the bookcase as just a bookcase, or you can give it a human element. So I can literally write a poem saying about how the bookcase, like I could be like a poem like, you know, you've been there with me every night when I sleep in my bed alone. You stared at me when I've read, you know, picked from you all the things that I could pick from. You know, I could give the bookcase a real beautiful human element as someone that participates in my experience and give it magnificence, like as you said, which I guess you would call complexity, right? Because I'm adding that human element, which is interesting. I mean, I've been really kind of jarred by that personification gets a really bad kind of name, you know, like it's too anthropomorphic or something like that. But it's weird to me because it's the only thing that actually creates empathy and love when we personify, right? When people talk about, well, animals have to understand us, right? Now we could talk about the logistics of like that, like whether they actually understand or not, or be technical about it. But I think what's beautiful about our very specific relationship to Gestalt is the fact that we can we are the difference between indifference and love, right? This personification of making things come out in their magnificence and make them meaningful, which is so striking to me. Like, how can you write a poem about a bookcase and make it give it presence in the sense of like, you've been there with me, all my nights have been alone in the bed asleep, you know, you've been there for me when I didn't know what I wanted to read, you know, you've shown me what I needed to read, you know, I could give it magnificence, I could give it real presence. So that's why I was trying to I was a little bit struck by Luber's sentiment about like, it can't just be a new perspective. And I agree with him. If we don't add this mode of attending, like the difference between indifference and love as attending, then yes, what is being proposed is just another perspective. It's just as bland and it's just as indifferent to say that we see the reality through holes. However, a concrete example is when we start thinking about strangers versus Thomas Jockin, Daniel Espesea, it's really interesting because strangers is like already that indifference mode of attending, right? Like if I'm going to date somebody, I want them to be kind. I want them to be tall. I want them to be dark and handsome. Like you're already putting it into a parts and whole in relation to yourself, what you would desire, which is the whole of yourself. However, once that person breaks out of that indifference, it becomes a whole and it becomes a problem for you, right? It's like, whoa, wait a second. Now it's how do I fit Thomas Jockin in my life? Not just this stranger with these, random attributes I wanted or didn't want. So it's that movement of attention from indifference to what I'm calling love, to give something to exist for itself. But then there's this question that was raised about wholeness and how do we infer all these different elements of wholeness, which to me, it's like, okay, I mean, I hate the word mystery sometimes because it's like mystery can be an excuse, right? To not investigate things further. But then there is that real sense of like, yeah, no, it really is a mystery because somehow reality is constituted in such a way that I can keep encountering holes, but it itself has a HOLE, a hole in which I can move through a different scope to see all the variations of its holes, WHOLE. And this is something that you brought up like years ago, Daniel, that this relationship between HOLE, whole, and whole, WHOLE. So it makes me think that when we are in this mode of givenness, we are in this state of mind that's indifferent, and then we perceive things not as WHOLE holes, but as actually HOLE holes because we see them as parts in relation to something else. And so it already, like, basically I see it just as a bookcase in relation to the other objects in myself, in my room. But when something fails, and I think love and failure can have this connection, because I think if we give a real like anxiety, horror to wholeness itself, WHOLE, it really pops out. It can really stand out to us and what it means, because it really stood out to me when Jockin said that, look, things have a certain boundedness, right? But that's what fascinated me. When there's a failure occurring, it's like whatever is causing that failure becomes a whole, right? What's wrong with your car? Okay, well, it's the engine. Okay, well, now the engine is the topic of the conversation and it's the whole thing now, right? So it saturates because it's now the car. It's the reason why the car doesn't work. So it becomes itself a whole. To me, it's only in that sense care is that's when care starts to happen, right? When you're in the state of indifference, a car has an engine. Okay, who cares? But when there's an error, when your engine doesn't work, you're like, oh my God, my car has an engine and my car doesn't run if it doesn't have an engine or doesn't work well. So when there's failure, it saturates into a real experience of Gestalt, in my opinion, or in creative processes like poetry, novel making, and so on, where you are actively trying to give presence to something in this movement of love, right? Like I can personify the bookcase, I can personify the sun, I can do all these things to give magnificence to something. But I feel like Heidegger does have that interesting point of we really don't witness things in their wholeness themselves until there's a failure. And that's when we start caring. That's when we start paying attention to its essential importance. So I think the whole parts versus relations is a kind of like a givenness, a state of indifference. Not to say that's necessarily bad, but it's definitely the most efficient and pragmatic way of being, for sure, right? Because we can't be attending to all those things all the time. So they do have to be reduced to parts in some sense, right? Just because I think Ebert talked about this, right? Like our mind always wants to throw away the amount of attention that it needs to just to maintain itself, right? It needs to make things as much background as possible. And I think a lot of what the mind does to maximize background to have minimal foreground is that relationship between parts and wholes, right? Like that's what I think is actually happening, is our mind doing that. But yeah.
No, fantastic. And before I forget, on that idea of love is making space, it also makes me think of the making the space in a space that has a different sort of quality in Derrida, this mysterious kind of space that you can find in a space that is not of the same quality as the room of space. It becomes much more experiential, right? An experiential space seems to be something like a temporal space because it is time-bound, it is evanescent, it doesn't last forever, but it is experienced as a kind of space. But I think basically what ends up happening is the space that we are looking for, that is the kind of dwelling, basically in a Heideggerian sense, is kind of like this Korah. It is this sort of space within a space that has a certain conditionality of its possibility. Also, this will have to be elaborated on, but Mr. Luber is correct on the idea that if it's just another perspective, who cares? I think basically we're looking at a certain structure of time space. And one of the things as well that I would say is it seems to be to speak of Gestalt is to speak of relations. The question is, what is the geometry of these relations? And in my opinion, the relations are curved because they are bent by the force of the past as a pull on the relation, so they are not straight according to a probability distribution of the future. And the more that we can actually remember in a sort of Augustine and Plato way, the more we can narrow the probability distribution toward a 1. And if you do it, then the formulation becomes a form. And the moment they actually collide is precisely the insight moment, of which, because you can't have a pure repetition, if you return to the past, you actually don't return to the past because there's an excess in the repetition. And if you go to the past, that is your future. And that moment where the repetition, the sameness, unveils an excess is the continuation of the form in the formulation. And in time space has this structure because every time it's whole, there's then instantly a whole with an HOLE. It's no different than Mr. Ebert-Freak theory, where the moment you get a pure saturation, it is nothing. The nothing thus has a sort of phase transition or emergence. I know those are different, but and that, because then what ends up happening when there's nothing, in order to make it something, you have to change your relation to it, and perhaps you quote unquote move it, and then it becomes a point, and now you have a new thing, right? And basically, I would like to suggest that the movement of reality, I do think, is curved, and I think basically the saturation is a result of the curve filling up all the space instead of dot, 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 dot. Not that I love Ebert's example, I'm not critiquing that, but it's not that the saturation is a result of a bunch of points that eventually build up into a saturation. The curve actually moves until all the space is taken up, and that's the moment of the intersection of onto the past, ergo memory, that leads to an insight that then results in a new curvature, actually. But that then would be the undermining structure that we are suggesting, where the forms of a formulation, Gestalt, is actually pointing toward a time-space structure that is forming forms that are Gestalts that are nevertheless not complete because there's an excess. That's the problem. There's always an excess in the repetition. So the moment the lines converge, they keep going. So it never completes, because the forms are a product of a formulation that is the fundamental creativity of time space, so it is never complete. The moment it is complete, it is incomplete with the IN in parentheses, but that incompleteness points to the completion. Like Luber is saying, we can actually have a sense of the whole based on these moments of insights that is nevertheless not the whole, because it has some sort of isomorphic structure to it. Therefore, you have mystery that you know, not mystery that you blind, that is a result of moments of instantaneousness that I think of instances that basically I think the poet and the artist is trying to actually simulate and participate in when they make the bookcase more complex, because what you're unveiling is that Gestalt can be made more complex and then actually become a more magnificent Gestalt that is more negentropic. Because also I would suggest, without putting meat on it yet, I'll give it to Jockin and then Mr. Luber, is that every single time the formulation there is an intersection of a form that is a negentropic moment that is working against the entropic, and that reality therefore is not just entropic. That entropic that is negated and accelerated entropy actually becomes negentropic, and this is why the basis of time-space doesn't have to necessarily have a heat death. It can have greater complexity, but it has to be according to a pruning rule, as many of the complexity science people will say, which is a narrowing of the probability distribution of the future on a convergence of a repetition of the past, which, well, let me explain what I mean by repetition of the past very quickly. You know when you have a conversation and the pieces weave together, or you're doing a poem and it all comes together, And Jockin talks all the time very well of the last note in the music makes the music the music. It reaches back, right? So there's a moment where you work into the future that kind of reaches back into the past and makes the past the whole based on the last moment that there's a certain return to, but that return is not literally returning to the past because it's an excess of the past, and yet it brings a togetherness to the past, right? Like basically great intelligibility is experienced as a knotting together, a weaving together, a bringing the pieces together, right? And when you do that, you get yes, and you feel excited and you're energized and there's negentropy and different energies, right? This could be the case because it is literally a description of how the whole of the universe actually operates. That the universe itself is actually weaving itself together in negentropic moments that actually is then defined by a greater complexity that is the quality of a repetition that entails an excess that couldn't have been an excess unless there was this repetition that unveils, oh, there's now something more. Oh, there's now something more. So that's the moment of a form that when a form is a gestalt, is incited, the moment it is apprehended, the formulation is also apprehended continuing. The moment there's an apprehension of form, the formulation keeps going. Boom, just like that. But the possibility of that apprehension required the formulation that then also is exactly what we mean when we say that time is manifest in space as a form, but it is not reducible to space because time keeps going in its very formulation. And that would be the, I believe, Whiteheadian creativity. There's much more to say, but let me give it to Mr. Jockin and Mr. Lubin. Mr. Jockin, please.
This is excellent. Just to add on to what's being shared. So the concept Javier is bringing up, where the bookshelf is not the bookshelf, it's actually something else, right? So the penetration of the personal speaking through the bookshelf is symbolic concision, meaning when this is done right, this actually, actually, by the way, I put the graphic on the chat about this. So concision is the concept in graphic design where in the, I'm thinking a way to talk about this in a very concise way. Basically, the point that multiple things are said at the same time. So that's usually done by a presence and an absence, a structural intentional absence. So by doing that, you actually are penetrating through that in the one statement, multiple things are occurring at exactly the same time. So when a poet is speaking, using the bookshelf as a, that's the thing, it's a symbolic reference to what's not being stated. There's a absent presence as an example of it. And actually, and also that kind of dimension flip occurs in the poet's speech about the object. Also, I mean, designers feel with the poetic a lot on this. Like when we're doing this, we're basically compressing multiple viewpoints and perspectives into one event, into one experience. I think I'm very much reminded of that. And actually, it goes both ways, right? So when the objects point to human relationships, right? That kind of symbolic, metaphoric concision goes that way. Personification is just the other direction, where now we're implanting humanness, personhood to objects. We do it all the time because there's it's metaphor, it's convergence, it's transference. That's where that's occurring. It allows us to see a new reality. But those are examples, again, when done really well, that's concision when that occurs. And it allows actually, ironically, through simplification, you actually see more. That's actually a huge contradiction about it. It's actually by saying less, you show more. So thus, for example, in the diagram I just showed you, I have in the chat, 3 circles. It's really just 3 circles. That's what it is, with notches put in it. But those notches are placed in a certain arrangement, so by their absence, a triangle is made. Now, one has argued that that's a completion in the mind, that human subjects have to complete that. But nevertheless, that can be debated. But the point is that more is said with less. That's so interesting from our perspective in conversation. You would expect that not the case. The more you're taking away from things, you should be getting less there. Yet when it's arranged in a certain forms, you get more. That's really fascinating. That note by Javier on love, I think is actually very important because there is a difference between the dyad relationship of love, right? That's generally, because that's usually Aristotle's recommendation, note or just advisement about this. That there's a difference between basically good willing of others that is by strangers, right? So basically, it's non-reciprocation of goodwill. The quote from Aristotle, my line from Ethics about that. But friendship requires a mutual relation to do that. So the dyad versus the one directional. I think that is a very important distinction. So that I think Javier's note about the stranger versus the friend, yeah, that person, personhood in the way we're talking about is a dyadal relation minimum there. You can actually argue there's more to that than that, but that's a starting point with it. And part of that is exactly what you're hinting at, which is again the penetration of objects to have these relationships. So thus, for example, like I have a sweater for my father, for example. So that sweater is more than just a sweater to me. There's something more happening there. And if that was represented, the artifacts, that's the thing generally about design, is that artifacts exist within multiple domains of relation. That's the catch about design in general, or just objects. Objects have relationships to, as acting as agents with subjects, there's that relationship. But even then, and then an environmental context, but there's also different domains that can go as well. But I think also related to the absence space stuff is that failure point. I think Javi's absolutely right about that. There's when a lot of times our attention becomes aware of a failure of some kind. It's at the moment. It's kind of moment of surprise, a violation's been expectation's been violated, and that becomes the orientation of exactly drawing out the Gestalt figure ground difference. Figure ground difference is in response to some kind of failure, lack, surprise, some element like that, that draws attention, right? So by the drawing of attention, the figure ground distinction appears once that happens. That's all I have to say to reply. So great stuff.
No, magnificent, and I'll give it to Mr. Luber. That image you put forth, I strongly agree with, and I basically think time, space, ergo being is a fractal of that, according to various dimensions. And I also think to say that, oh, well, that's all in the mind, well, that's only a critique if one is basically a nominalist. If one is a realist and believe that thoughts actually have reality, then the fact that it's in the mind is of no ontological... Yes, of course. All you're saying is that it's real from a different standpoint. It's real in a different conditionality. But that doesn't make it, quote unquote, less real unless one is more nominalistic, which one could argue has been devastating for the human race. Also, too, to say something large, in my opinion, time space is basically a fractal of lack of a whole with the W in parentheses. Because the moment you're speaking about a whole with the W in parentheses, you are suggesting that there is always a lack, there is always an excess, there is always that of which is, the moment you get a whole, you get a lack because you get an excess that you can't comprehend, right? So the reason why wholes are W in parentheses is precisely because of lack, right? And that move of forming wholes that then instantly lack is the very movement of time-space according to a probability distribution, because it's basically realizing time-space basically unfolds in a manner to realize all possible formations of lack, ergo all possible wholes with the W in parentheses, which you could argue is infinite, that's fine. But certainly it could be bounded according to a dimension, right? There could be a bound finite number of wholes you could have according to, say, chemistry, or mind, to use the vectors of Mr. Bard. That every vector, if we use that language from Bard and vector theory, that what ends up happening is that time-space basically unfolds until it realizes every single possible whole, W in parentheses, according to a vector, at which point when that occurs, there's a saturation that then actually the whole of the vector becomes a whole with the W in parentheses, which then requires an emergence, a new vector, an entirely new vector, which then restarts the process of the realization of all possible wholes with the W in parentheses until there's a saturation point, of which then bursts up into a new vector. And critically, as I understand Mr. Bard wants to emphasize with transcendental emergentism from his book, Process and Event, since every transcendental quote-unquote emergence is thanks to a lack, a whole, it is therefore not composed of the previous vector, even though it is afforded by the saturation of the previous vector. And that's the extremely tricky move, is that because every vector is a whole with the W in parentheses, and the vector emerges from that whole that is HOLE, then that actually means it is not reducible to the prior, and it actually does function as transcendent, because you can't reduce a new whole into a previous whole, because it precisely is located in if you did that, it would be a self-effacement, because it is precisely located in the absence of that vector in its wholeness as an excess. And so if time-space has some sort of unfolding of all possibilities according to every vector, then it does have this sort of whole structure, and then the wholes are fractal of one another. They have this isomorphic repetition of one another, but even though they are structurally isomorphic, they nevertheless are qualitatively infinite and infinitely variant, because the manifestation of how that whole looks according to every possible condition in which it manifests can be incredibly variant, but the underlying structure is nevertheless isomorphic, so you have similarity and difference. Because the key to a whole as an underlying structure with the W in parentheses is, since it is not complete, it can have infinite variance. It can have ever variance of all different possibilities according to that vector. And then when it reaches the saturation of that vector's possibility, it simply emerges to a new vector, which is then a continuation of the possibilities of the previous vector, but now in a manner that is not reducible to the prior. And so then the question becomes, and there's many more things to say, the question becomes, what is the structure of time space to so unfold, where it has this vector possibility? Because what is the most, I guess, what is the lowest level? Subsistent? Like, what is the subsistent? I think there's subphysics and physics, but then people like Henriquez and Vervaeke have different views. There's natural transcendental naturalism, et cetera, so forth. And I know complexity science, et cetera, so forth. Anyway, I guess we would go to the emergence of everything. Anyway, there has to be an underlying structure under all of this, of which would allow the movement to continue occurring as such. That is what I'm referring to as time space, which has to be described as some sort of form in a formulation that is always working back on itself to then have an excess of repetition that leads to these emergences. That all has to be expanded on. But let me give it to Mr. Luber. Mr. Luber, please.
Okay, this is fucking great. Let's linger on this. Daniel, I'm gonna have questions, so you might as well unmute. But the why isn't that just a phase shift? Basically, if there's an underlying structure, why wouldn't that just, because this is what Bart would say, because this is what I feel like I was kind of saying this to him, and then he was just saying, you're just describing phase shift. That's not emergence proper. That's not a real emergence. Because you're saying that happens, that underlying structure means that it's happening, it's occurring before the emergent thing, so it's a phase shift. Sorry, and then I think what you just said, you can't reduce the new into the old, but the new was afforded by the old, is essentially what you're saying. So I just want to understand how that resolves, basically, it not being just a phase shift, or if there's more to it.
No, that is a magnificent question, because as I understand, the difference between a phase shift and emergence is that a phase shift is a transformation within a kind, say in a vector, an ontology, where I suppose an emergence would be an entirely new ontology, right? Like, so the emergence is a difference of difference, I suppose. A phase shift is a difference of sameness, right? So if there's an underlying structure, would that not just mean that all emergences are simply a difference of a sameness? Is that fair to say, Mr. Luber, before I continue?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, but even that thing that's entirely new is basically a fractal. It's just an expression of difference that forgive me. It's even the thing that's entirely new is still coming from being. Basically, it's hard for me not to think Heideggerian here. Being is still there, so it's not entirely new. There is still this hint of sameness. It's just how we understand the sameness is just totally different.
Yes.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah.
So this is the $1 million question. Not to interrupt, but to jump in.
Please,
so this is the $1 million question. Is a repetition of movement a repetition of an underlying structure? Because if you say there is a repetition of movement in a certain trajectory, that is a pattern, is that underlying, or can that be in the thing itself that is the way that it unfolds? Is the way something unfolds into newness something that binds it, or what it is to be ever different? Okay? Because that's a very big question, all right? Because basically, if we are saying that time space, in being what time space is, not under it, being what it is, entails, in the way that it unfolds, an infinite variety. Is that underlying? That would not seem to me to be underlying. It would be defining of the movement. So well, here's the other issue. If there is no such thing as repetition, if every repetition entails an excess, then there's no underlying repetition. Nothing underlying can repeat totally, correct? So like that very mechanism, if you say, but also note this, if you say, and I'm not saying Bard would disagree, I have no idea. So I'm just talking how I would respond, that Bard may agree with or not, etc., so forth. If you say that no repetition is a repetition, then you could theoretically have a repetition, quote unquote, that isn't a repetition. Therefore, it would seem underlying, but it actually wouldn't be underlying because every repetition is actually not a repetition, right? So movement that repeats is not the same that movement that is determined by an underlying principle, okay? That to me is sort of the key, in my opinion, because I believe the concern of Bard would be to say, well, if you're saying aren't you saying there's an underlying structure, Daniel, if you're talking about time space? No, I'm saying there's a repeating movement. And since every repetition entails an excess, it's not actually a repetition, but it appears as such and has to be as such precisely to reveal the excess. The excess is only an excess in the repetition of the movement. That makes the appearance of something underlying, but perhaps it is simply the way time-space unfolds so that it can have transcendental emergence, because any other possible way of unfolding would in fact make that impossible, right? And so that then the quality of determining the difference between a phase shift and an emergence would not be a difference in underlying structure that emerged to it, but a difference of quality in how it is the thing itself. Chemistry is different in how it is than biology. So that becomes the quality by which you tell the difference of phase shift versus emergence, as opposed to the question of an underlying structure or not, right? So let me pause, because now we have to get into what exactly is this movement, but let me pause and ask if that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. Okay. So when I'm pushing this, it sounds like what's being suggested is a priori in a sense. It's not ad hoc at all. But what I've learned, which Eber has like kind of shown me, is that it has to be apprehended ad hoc. But that doesn't negate the fact, at least he didn't say this part. This next part is me. It doesn't negate the fact that it will always, in every case, be ad hoc. So if it's in every case will be ad hoc, doesn't that gesture toward the fact that this underlying structure is always already present, but doesn't necessarily mean it's a priori to human apprehension?
So
is that fair to say?
So this is what I would say. There is practically an underlying structure, but not technically an underlying structure. And then Hegel says practical is more real than technical. So that's where you then, there's practically an underlying structure, but not technically. But then Hegel says, well, what if it's always practically the case, then it's intersuppositional, as I like to say, versus presuppositional. And the practical is more real than the technical, because that's actually what we experience, right? So if the practical experience is of an underlying structure, then it's because when you say it's practically inevitable, that means it's not technically inevitable. It's just highly, highly likely, right? So for me, a key to philosophical thinking, in my opinion, is the difference between practical and technical. And often we tend to say what is technically the case is more real than practically the case. Well, I think Hegel and basically all of my favorite thinkers flip that on its head and says, no. What's practically the case is more real than what's technically the case. The technicality is the abstraction that bends the probability distribution to actually keep the practical the case. Now, that was large. But basically, the technical is the guiding abstraction, or it can just be a distracting distraction of the way that the present unfolds. But the technical is not actually more real than the practical. And so the idea that basically what ends up happening is because of how time-space unfolds, there is practically an underlying structure, but not technically, because the structure is intersuppositional. There is a movement structure. There is a structure of movement, not because movement is underlied by a structure, but because movement is a thing that does this. That is ontologically what it is. And if you say, well, you're saying that's too much of a structure, well, then you're talking about pure difference. And this would be my critique. If you're saying that, no, movement doesn't even have that much, well, then you're talking about pure difference, not similarity / difference. And a big argument in the board paper is that pure difference is sameness. Once you get a pure difference that's so different that you can't actually relate to it because it's unintelligible, it's actually not different. Pure difference is ironically self-relation. A pure difference can only relate to itself, so it returns to sameness. So if you make something so different, a pure difference, as I call it, that it has that you say, no, there's no pattern of movement, there's no nothing. Well, then it's a pure difference, and actually it's not a vector anymore. It's a sameness. It can't be a vector because it has no relation to previous things. It's like a multiverse. It's like an entirely different universe that has no relation at all. And I would argue if things without relations don't exist, pure difference is sameness. Sameness doesn't exist, therefore it self-effaces, right? So in Leibniz, you have to get a similarity / difference, not sameness, which is self-effacement, because there's no such thing as sameness. But you also can't get pure difference because then there's no relation, and ergo it's sameness again. So you have to get a distribution or a proportion between similarity and difference. So a vector, a transcendental emergence would, I suppose, would occur at the maximum point of possible difference that doesn't slip into pure difference. That's how the Vord paper talks about it. It's the maximum point of difference that doesn't slip into pure difference. And the reason why I would argue pure difference doesn't have to ever slip into pure difference is because the whole is a whole. With the W in parentheses, that is the point where the difference actually slips through the whole per se, the HOLE, the potentiality within it that then gives to a new emergence. So what ends up happening is through the unfolding of time-space, then every possible difference that can be realized is realized all the way up to the maximum point of the most different of all possible differences before being pure difference, which once that is realized, you then get the entire saturation of the vector, and now you have it then pushes on a new vertical, a new geometry, and it gives you a transcendental emergentism. So you never get a pure difference. But that means you have to have enough similarity to keep the thing going from pure difference, and that would be the movement itself as an unfolding, as would have to be described according to time-space. So I will pause and ask if that makes sense, and then give it to Javier Rivera. Mr. Luber.
Yeah, that makes sense. That movement would be then the underlining structure itself.
Yes.
And then also when you're talking about, just tip my hat to Ebert, like when he talks about oscillation, that's basically what you're talking about with pure difference and sameness at that point, where you can't distinguish. It's in both. You can't even like pinpoint where it is. That's what oscillation actually is. But I think, okay, so in a certain sense, that transcendental emergentism can be seen. This is just like putting it in my own language a little bit. Can be seen as a phase shift insofar as the what's emerging is always in relation basically to that underlying structure, and from that perspective you could see it as a phase shift. But if you were to look at it more like linearly, like you're tracing different emergentisms, then it will always be a complete difference. And that complete difference is that when you understand it like that, it's just a different quality, like you were saying. It's basically a different quality emerges, and that's why chemistry is chemistry, biology is biology. How they deal with quality is different, and that's why they are different things that emerge differently. Is that right to you, or is that not a healthy way of thinking?
No, because basically transcendental, now again, this is my understanding of Mr. Bard's work from reading his books. I can't swear any sort of expertise or anything like that. But basically, if time-space is a form of formulations, then every form can ultimately be seen as just a phase shift. but it is occurring within a formulation that is ultimately saturating vectors into a transcendental emergentism, which then actually, you could say, the same mechanism of the phase shift is the mechanism of the transcendental emergentism, and the mechanism is not underlining, it is the thing itself. So you would say the movement has a practically underlying structure, but it's not technically an underlying structure. It just seems that way to an observer because it has a repetitive structure, but every repetition is not a repetition. It's an excess. So the moment you talk about repetition, it's not even that. It is simply a way to describe the revelation of excess. Repetition is the revelation of otherness, right? So when a thing repeats, it is actually necessarily creating the effect of an underlying structure to unveil that the underlying structure is not underlying, it is it. Things are that of which are beautiful. The beauty, it is in the things that the insight occurs as a gestalt. Like beauty is not, like it is not, if we're talking beauty is not over or under things. It is that of which things participate in and comes through, not underlying, but because everything entails in itself the possible conditionality by which a strike of beauty can come forth, because everything is gestalt. It just has to be conditioned for that experience of insight. And so, I mean, another way to look at it, I believe Mr. Bard will speak of VPA. I know he was speaking about that with Tim Adlin, virtual, potential, actual, and I think he gets into time space. The question would become, is VPA an underlying structure? I think Mr. Bard would say that VPA is not an underlying structure, but it is somehow a structure. So what is the difference between underlying structure and structure? Or is VPA simply a way to think about how time space occurs that then affords transcendental potential, right? And if VPA is some sort of way to describe how the present relates to past and present in of itself in the way that it unfolds, that really isn't an underlying structure. That is simply, as I would understand it, the necessary conditions of movement that don't have an underlying structure, because we can say it that way. There has to be certain conditions of being so that there is the possibility of movement that doesn't have an underlying structure, right? Mustn't being be a certain way so that there's the possibility of no underlying structure? So that's the problem, right? Like there has to be an underlying structure. You could be cheeky, and I don't mean to be. You would have to say that the underlying structure is that of which does not necessitate underlying structure. Well, that doesn't make sense. So yeah, no, it doesn't if you're thinking in terms of that. But if the contradiction, whenever there's a contradiction, there's a new dimension. What that would mean is that the structure of things is in things as a tendency that affords their excess and difference. And that, I think, is good. But let me give it to Luber. Any questions before I give it to Mr. Rivera?
Sorry, no, that was great. I just want to say, I think it's like really evident when you give a talk and you start the talk and you say, the theme of my talk is this, is X. And then you start talking about it. And let's say you ask, part of that talk is that there's a Q&A and that something can emerge out of that Q&A. It's still already a part of that theme that you started with in the beginning. Like, I think that's like a very concrete example of what you're talking about, that there is this underlining structure, even when something emerges in the lecture that can seemingly take the lecture into, a left field type of thing. But yeah, I think that was fantastic.
The other thing I'll say, and Clayton, always a pleasure to see you, sir. And
let me know if that's not a good way of thinking about it, by the way.
No, well, let me put it, another way to think about this is that nothing can exist without creating a past to which it relates. Is the past of a present, its memory, an underlying structure? Because this is critical. Like, you get questions and the theme emerges out of the necessity of a present to relate to its past. The fact that it has a past is actual, right? Is past underlying? Is past underlying? And if you say no, well, then there you go. Now you have horizontal ergo intersuppositional structure that structures the thing as itself in the relation to itself as having a past, which I would argue things actually don't have past, they have memories. And this is the weird time space movement where there really actually isn't a past, there's memories. In the same way there's not a future, there's abstraction. And so critically, when you talk about relating to the past, you're talking about relating to yourself in the now according to memories. So that's not underlying, that's all contained in the present, but it is itself as itself because of how it went through the past. So is that underlying? Well, no, not if it's all contained in the great now of Bergson, but let me give it to Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera, please.
Okay. There was a lot said there. I guess some points of clarification. So what is the I'm assuming you're coming, just to restate some things that were said. So you're coming from the side of that practically there is an underlying structure. Is that correct? Okay. Practically there is an underlying structure, but technically there is no underlying structure. But I guess I'm still trying to understand what is the threat here between phase shift and because is phase shift saying that there is an underlying structure, or like is it like arguing from the technical sense that there is?
So not to jump in, a phase shift would suggest that, I suppose people would say, phase shift means there is no ontological, let's put it, there's no ontological change, or you could say deep change. Phase shift is change, where, say, a thing becomes something else, say water becomes steam, you heat it, it becomes steam, but steam is still participating in water. It's not radically new, right? Whereas people would argue the very way the mind works is completely, you can never arise to the mind simply by conditions afforded to biology by itself without getting a phase shift, right? So it would be a deeper change. Does that make sense, Mr. Rivera?
Okay, so you're saying phase shift is just a change that is almost, you said it's a deeper change?
A phase shift,
right?
A phase shift is, so a transcendental emergence, or emergence, you could say, is a deep change because it ontologically shifts. Whereas a phase shift is not. Mr. Jockin, please.
Can I try? So that example with ice versus water, the substance of water is water. It does not change. That's an accidental, usually conditional by the environment change that's occurred.
Right.
So water becomes ice because the temperature, the absence of heat, versus when there's the over excess of heat, there's steam, right? Okay. So it's still water in all those cases by definitionally of H2O, right? Hydrogen, oxygen of a certain arrangement. So my understanding is, so that's a difference of an accidental change versus essence change. So that'd be the example here. Actually, use it in context you would know, Javier. That water becoming wine. That's that's an absolute substance change.
Okay, good. I'm glad you guys cleared that up for me. So then, are you arguing on the side of, is it transcendental emergence, Daniel, or what? Like, I'm still trying to figure out what was the stakes of what was being said here between when Luber was like, well, can't you just say something is a phase shift versus what you were proposing? Like, what exactly? Yeah, go ahead.
Before Daniel answers, my thing is, basically, my whole thing with theme, Javier, would just be very incorrect if there isn't this underlying structure where Bard sees that as just a mere phase shift. Where I don't necessarily see that as just a mere phase shift. I still see it as genuine emergence. So what Daniel did was show how he's playing with it by showing how correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel, that it is a genuine emergence, but you can see it as a phase shift from a practical standpoint because there is this underlying structure from a practical point of view.
That does help. That does help, I think. I guess I was curious about what were you calling your side of that version of, is that space time? Is that what you're calling it? Because I was like, is there a name for what you're calling this, Daniel, so I can understand
belonging
correctly?
Belonging.
But yeah, go ahead, Daniel, please.
Well, first off, Sam, always a pleasure to see you. We've been talking a bit about Zwingli. He wrote a book called also Lyrical Philosophy, Gestalt Theory, and Gestalt has gotten us into Timespace Fun, Bergson, Whitehead, and all sorts of other stuff, and all of that. So another way to put it, the stakes can be, so again, I'm not claiming any sort of expertise on transcendental emergentism by Mr. Bard, but I'm trying to think of what the stakes are for Luber's work as theme, and also what are the stakes of arguing that all transformation has an underlying structure, right? So perhaps the argument would be if all emergence has an underlying structure, if there's nothing that's a new, you could almost say, then there is necessarily a limit, an eventual finite limit to the kinds of creativity that can occur. Whatever ontology is, and the mechanism of the emergence of that ontology into different kinds of unfolding is ultimately limited. It ultimately is finite. It is bound by the probability distribution of what it is. And so we're not, in a sense, ultimately free, you could even say. Like there's a way in which there's a certain binding, also entropy, heat death, equilibrium, dissipate, all these things become inevitable. But if in fact there is some way for what is to emerge to that which is not reducible to what came before, well, then you can't, then you do have a sort of radical openness, freedom, creative, who knows what you could have, right? Could you have imagined could you have imagined mind from biology or imagined mind from chemistry, right? The argument would be no, you could not, and then it occurs. So who are we? You know, do we really want to think about a universe that would shut off ontological deep difference, new news, than one that does? Doesn't that, in a way, you could also say this, maybe from a theological perspective, doesn't it just seem like a universe that could possibly emerge to new ontologies, new essences, not merely new accidents? Isn't that a better universe than one that could only give rise to new accidents? Isn't there something more magnificent, you could almost say more beautiful, about a universe that could rise to entirely new essences as opposed to just accidents? The funny move, I would actually say, is in a way, basically, there's a funny way in which what is being suggested here is that the universe in its ontology entails basically transubstantiation, you know, as talked about in Christianity, you know, Eucharist, that, you know, God can be bread or different things. I would certainly argue that when Hegel says spirit is a bone, he is basically presenting a certain metaphysics that is akin to the Eucharist, where everything is the Eucharist based. Everything has a certain Eucharist principle to it. It's simply that the ritual makes you say what is always already the case, right? So there's a sense in which you could say the difference between a transcendental emergence and a phase shift is Eucharist. There's a Eucharist sort of sip. The water becomes wine, as Mr. Jockin said. There's a transformation of what is occurring. And the argument perhaps would be, and then I'll give it back to you, because then the question becomes, what would the structure of time-space be to afford this very possibility? The argument perhaps would be that a universe incapable of, in it, to have this sort of potential of Eucharist is limited in its creativity. And then if you say that, here's, I guess this would be the other move. If you say that, there has to be something to so limit it. Therefore, there must be an underlying structure. How do you know that? Aren't you positing a Platonic big other or something? Aren't you saying that there is some sort of binding principle to creative possibility that is outside of the universe? How did you get at that? That would be, I suppose Bard is always hitting at Platonism, his take on Platonism, you know, cheap Platonism. I suppose that would be saying, if you limit creativity, if you say ontological change, ontological emergence, newness is not possible, you are saying there is a binding principle to what is, and that binding must be entirely other to it, and therefore you're positing some sort of big other God thing, right? And so that's a belief system. Now you have a religion. You know, that you have a bad religion, I suppose Bard would say, is if you say ontological change is not possible, there must be some sort of principle that keeps that from occurring. Does that make sense, Mr. Rivera? Mr. Luber?
No, that makes sense.
Sorry. This has been on my mind so much for weeks. Another thing, Javier, that I think about it like is when I think I said this to you and Daniel before, but it's like, what is a baseline that we can all agree upon and make judgments according to? That whole thing is at stake here. From a practical standpoint, if what he's saying is like truly the case, then there will never be a baseline ever at any point that we will be able to have a mutual understanding or agree upon. And I think that's extremely dangerous. Like, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, okay, everything. Okay, so the consequences I'm starting to see more clearly now, because I think this is the big debate between like analogy, because this is what Daniel was basically pointing at, like analogy of sameness and difference. But like, I like the way you phrase it, Daniel, but like, you know, it's like if we say we're all unique, well, that doesn't make any sense, because that just kind of already self-effaces if we're all unique. But if there's a maximum point of difference in which we are all unique, then actual uniqueness does exist. and newness does exist in a real sense, but it has to be at a maximum point of difference, right? Like that actually does make sense to me. But if we just take for granted that we're all unique, then it self-effaces. If we all take for granted that we're all individuals, it self-effaces versus having a certain relationship to the maximum point of difference, which creates me as an individual. To me, no, I think there's a lot of stake here, and McCabe elucidates to me about, okay, so the fear of what Bard has is what McCabe would call the hierarchical relationship of this underlying structure, which is the fact that we always have this relationship of master-slave, essentially. If we claim that there is a baseline, because that's what we would be admitting to. The problem is, and this is what McCabe is saying, he's saying the point is not to accept a master-slave relationship. The point is to go from a master-slave relationship with God and have an equal reciprocal relationship. But that makes possible because of this hierarchical relationship, right? This is McCabe's argument of why he makes Jesus, right? Jesus becomes the very avenue in which we participate in divine love and in which we can equally be equal to God in this sense, right? This is the Christian kind of argument about how that is possible. So it makes very clear to me that when we talk about Nietzsche, Karl Marx, all these guys, about the fear of this underlying structure, it is fundamentally pointing at the dangers of the hierarchical relationship, but that does not take away the possibility. That just assumes that the hierarchical relationship is supposed to just stay there. There is a real sense in which the hierarchical relationship is made in such a way, as you said it, Daniel, made in such a way that it can become the ground where there is no ground. And that is the equality in love as being. That to me is the baseline. But it is very hard and it's very difficult to do that. Obviously, as McCabe argues, it's very hard and difficult to do that. But I think that is the fundamental baseline. Now, that doesn't answer Luber's question in terms of like, what is the baseline? Like in the scientific way, I cannot answer that. But I think there's real stakes to not agreeing to this kind of analogous or just always assuming that the underlying structure is always a hierarchy of master-slave. And I think Bard is always trying to avoid that. But it does lead to dangers when we don't understand the movement from a hierarchy to an actual reciprocal relationship, which I think is the move that needs to happen in theology. And that's what McCabe and other people have been doing.
So a few things. I mean, it makes me think of the emphasis of, say, Berdyaev on co-creation versus salvation. There is that emphasis. Many of the theologians on beauty are going to actually be emphasizing something about beauty as participatory. Beauty is odd because it is both hierarchy but also invitational. So this mixture of the hierarchy and the invitation seems to be very important, where that of which is upper on the hierarchy uses that upperness to leave it behind. Like in a sense, like it uses that hierarchy to step down from it. The point is the stepping down from, of which then in a funny way, it's actually greater for stepping down. It's almost higher on the hierarchy because it is willing to do that than one that would stay on the hierarchy, right? That actually coming down from it in a sense actually is an expression of a greater greatness, one could say. I'll give it to Mr. Jockin. So there's a few things. So I think what Mr. Bard, again, as I understand it, is putting forth is that the only way you can say there is no possibility of a totally transcendental emergence that can generate. The only way you can say that is impossible, where it's totally transcendent, it is not based on a underlying mechanism, would require you to put limits on what is possible. And where do you get that from? That is not external from the whole. Is that not a belief in something Platonic, right? And he's against all of that, right? He really wants to emphasize creative possibility. A very fair point. And in fact, what is being put forth does seem extremely fair and actually extremely valuable, because it does seem improper, even if one is theological in their disposition, it does seem improper to talk about a certain limitation to what God has made. If you believe God made the universe, doesn't it seem odd to speak about a certain limit to what God has made? Because the limit to what God has made would be the maximum point of creative possibility of what has been made without becoming God. It's no different than the pure difference, right? It would be fitting, I suppose, of God to make a creation that could become absolutely most close to being like him without actually doing that. Whatever that is, and we can't recognize it, and if we try, we're probably going to be heretics. So there's an extreme danger in that. And also, the character of that maximum point seems to have some sort of character of love, of giving, of not actually thinking of yourself as, say, the maximum point of godhood. Like the moment you think that, you're in trouble, right? And those are all the paradoxical moves that keep you in a certain orbit. But this is odd. What's the difference between orbit and underlying structure? Because everyone knows orbit is a favorite word of mine. Michael, it's good to see you. But we should pause and just note that there seems to be something fitting about the concern of putting limits on what is possible for finitude as creativity in a Whiteheadian sense to absolutely maximize. And even if one is theological, it would not be heresy or necessarily say impeding upon God to say that finitude entails in its possibility an unfolding to the maximum point of being like God without actually being God, right? Because that would then be pure difference to God, self-effacement, all sorts of trouble, right? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean the universe gets to that maximum point of likeness because it could nuke itself before then or something, but that it could entail within its potentiality that possibility. So the concern of Mr. Bard is to me valid. However, the concern of Mr. Luber is valid, where if you start saying there is no repetition, no rhythm, no theme, no underlying structure, then how is judgment possible? What exactly are we judging, and aren't we freaking doomed? Well, this for me would become where, what if the structure of things is in things? It is not external to them that forces them in a certain trajectory. It is within. What if everything contains in itself that of which makes an orbit with itself? Is that underlying? Or is that what things do? Are things that of which create their own orbit? Is orbit an underlying structure, or is it a movement, right? Because if everything has a certain past, and that past works on what we become, then that actually then has an influence on how we can unfold, but that is given to us by ourselves, and therefore it is not underlying. It is precisely the unfolding of our creativity as ourselves, but it is not underlined. So I think there is also now what we're talking is a certain difference between orbit and something of an external structure. And then the orbit is defined by an activity, in my opinion, of weaving. And what we are exactly judging is when we successfully weave, which is defined by an insight of Gestalt or a strike of beauty. And what you're judging is, did beauty come forth or not? You are not, that is the moment of insight of which then is evanescent, it is passing through, and therefore it is not static and reducible in terms of space. Therefore, you have you have a repetitive experience that automatically unveils an excess that allows the possibility of judgment and meaningful discernment according to beauty without at the same time limiting creative unfolding. So I think this is why beauty as being distinct from the good is extremely important, because it affords the possibility of ergo judgment without the problems of that you would get if you forego the model that Mr. Bard is putting forth. But let me give it to Mr. Jockin. Mr. Jockin, please.
Stole my thunder, Daniel. I have nothing else to say. No, but on a try to ground, add a little bit, try to add something. I think just kind of circling back with my notes about the relationship to the relationship with the average to the exemplar. So what that means is that I'll give you examples of that. So the idea of justice as a tendency towards the mean versus mercy, the excess of the mean, right? Justice, mercy always does excessive to what justice would entail or require, as an example. Or just on a real concrete level, is that empirically, we can basically say we have observations of means, of an aggregated mean, but the idea of the function of an average versus the average of the function, right? That the Zine to left point is that there's any, when it's actually, I was rereading that section about it, especially he says that you cannot infer from the average behavior of an individual particular, the aggregate, the whole, the average behavior of the whole. That increases in disinformation. You get less clarity of information as there's more disorder. Time is a factor of disorder, more variation. So any kind of confoundedness in the dynamic of an individual to a whole system means that you cannot infer from the part the exact whole. The information you get is not going to be the same. So what I'm getting at here is that the average, while useful, It's when we get captured into it. I've said before many times that the idealism of an exemplar versus a mean is that a mean gives you the good. It orients a good, but exemplars are always orientations for beauty because they always give an excess of some point. And how one orients that. So this answer Looper's problem, but on a practical level, there's a difference between when we look at kind of the aggregated means of a phenomenon of a certain topic domain versus the exemplars of a topic. So exemplars always point to something excessive and have that movement quality versus means will generally basically self-cancel into self-similarity, right? Equality as sameness. That's kind of the operation it tends to work under. That's the only thing I can really add. The only thing besides that is just like the example 4 of water becoming steam and ice versus wine. The big difference is that notice that the property of the interior, like where is the force of change happening? When it's exterior, because that's really the answer. The answer is why is water becoming steam and ice? It's because of the exterior thing, phenomenon, pattern, cold, heat. It's external. There's no interiority to the water that's making it be that way. That's also why it's not an essence, because the interior, it's like linking of the essence of interiority. So that's basically what's being hinted at here. Just another note. So that's also what we're trying to draw out is that, and that's not part of the tension, right? In terms of this, where is this? Are we saying all causation is external effective causes, efficient causation from the outside, or is it something interiority of the essence that's making the change occur? That's also a very big key distinction area here.
Magnificent. And the phrase force of change is a very good way to put it. And if anyone has anything to say, please. Before I forget, it also should be noted when we were saying earlier about wholes and parts, you can't experience a part. You have to tell yourself that's a part, which is very interesting. Like you literally cannot experience a part. Like this would also get into what Jan Zwickli is getting at. We tell ourselves that's a part. Like you say, oh, that's part of the bookcase. But in the experience itself, you just see a piece of wood, right? So you can only experience, you cannot experience parts. You tell yourself that's a part. So that's also quite important because then we get this, this is where I think she emphasizes experience and the percept, as maybe a Steiner and different people will talk about, because all we ever see is Gestalt's weaving, Gestalt's curving into Gestalts. They curve into Gestalts per se, based on the scope of perspective that we take. And all of that suggests Gestalts curve into Gestalts as a Gestalt. So I think that's very important. I think also on this idea of the force of change. So the question is the following. Does the force of change, I believe what Mr. Bard would stress is he would not like the force of change to be transcendent of things. He would want the force of change to be immanent, quote unquote, in things. That things in what they are entail the possibility of a force of change in terms of the essence, not merely the accident, right? And so the key is he would not want any language of essence to be accidental. He would not want any language of essence to be transcendent of the thing. He would want the thing to be its own essence per se. Like the thing is the essence. So, which of course then, you know, if Gestalt is all there is, then yeah, of course. Like Gestalts are themselves. They are, the Gestalt is the essence of Gestalt. But the problem is based on our scope, we may not actually condition ourselves to be struck by it as a Gestalt, which then is a reduction of complexity that leads to dispersion, of course, according to a distribution curve that leads to entropy. That would have to be explained, but that's very important. So the problem is with talking about an underlying structure is you seem to be saying something transcendent. So likewise, if we start saying there is a limit to creativity becoming totally new creativity as a transcendental emergent, you must be saying there is a transcendental structure that puts limit on creativity, right? So we want to get rid of all transcendence and do something like an immanent transcendence, I suppose, of Deleuze, or transcendental, what is it called, empiricism, you know, all of these different things where Deleuze is collapsing the immanent in the transcendent, right? But then, so you know, I believe that's what he would be putting forth. So the question becomes the following. What is it that things could entail within themselves that make possible a force of change that allows the possibility of judgment, that also does not limit the creativity of total newness, right? Well, and then I'll give it to Mr. Luber, the force of change, things have to be a force of change. Everything is a force of change that is unfolding as a movement that is realizing the force of change that it is, which occurs at a saturation point. And you see, because you could also ask, is Mr. Ebert's freak theory an underlying structure? No, it is not an underlying structure. It is a description of what occurs over enough of a probability distribution where you get a saturation point that has a transformation and how the thing unfolds. But this is not, because the only underlying structure, I suppose, is finitude itself. If you want to say finitude is an underlying structure, then you're just saying that things are underlying structure. Then the things are, it's not, the structure is not underlying. It is what things are. Things have a structure, quote unquote, of finitude, right? So we can't say, it doesn't seem to me that to claim finitude is what things are is an underlying structure, because finitude is the possibility of things being, right? We cannot confuse a condition of possibility with an underlying structure. Finitude is the condition of possibility of being, right? That's not the same as an underlying structure, unless you want to present infinity, which would be transcendent, and isn't that what you don't want to do? So finitude can't be it cannot be an underlying structure. It has to be an intersuppositional or relational possibility or something like that, right? And then, of course, the question is, what is finitude? And if you say it's time space, then finitude entails movement. Oh, we've got a moving finitude. That may be all we need to then actually give us everything else. This would be my claim. If you can make finitude move, well, then you actually have enough to give you all of the address that we are talking about. So you need a moving finitude, which is time space. But let me give it to Mr. Luber. Mr. Luber, please.
You steal the thunder. You answered the question. I was like, oh my God, what a great question. I like to think of it as the underlining structure as relation itself, because like just the classic Heideggerian thing, we're finite, we're thrown into this world. So we're always in relation to how we are thrown into it. And then that relation in itself is a structure in which, whatever you want to call it, but different phenomena of difference may emerge out of that. I feel like that's so neat and tidy and so there. It fits with Ebert's freak theory so well. And I think basically the question is, for me, how do you have like an eloquence of like freak theory, and then have that eloquence be tied with this quote unquote underlining structure, so that when I'm trying to develop or create an experience, I can access, if you will, that underlining structure of relation, and then using the eloquence of like a freak theory, be able to bring that forth. I don't see why I don't see that. And then to me, this is when we truly get to ontological design with Frege's book, which is a great book. So I think that's just so neat and tidy, and I don't see what is the problem of that being the case. Like, I don't understand the downside, because for me, there is a downside. There's such a clear downside to not having this like underlining structure. It will literally be so chaos that I mean, we're already getting there right now. We're on our way because of that right now. And if the problem of this underlining structure has to do with theology, I think that's just ridiculous. Where it's just like, you just don't, the idea of this creator God, however you want to put it, just seems so preposterous. And because this underlining structure, this baseline of what we can agree upon to make judgment happen, if that question of like what that baseline is, if there is a baseline and the logic makes it be the case where there is this theological dimension of a quote unquote, you want to call it creator God, so be it, fine. I don't understand why it's like, oh no, the logic leads to a creator God. This can't be good. This has to be bad. Why? Why is that bad? Like, I don't even understand. Like, it's like a no-brainer for me. I feel like that should be almost like in a very pragmatic way, like that should be the argument. Like, let's make something together and see how far we get if we can't agree on something. It's just like, that's simple. But I think that was so well said, Daniel, that I lost my thoughts, so I had to pivot.
Well, so a few things. I suppose the threat is that you could let your theme get in the way of theme. Like you could let your desire for theme get in the way of the unfolding of things according to theme, right? In the same way that you could let your consideration of God get in the way of God, or your consideration of the unfolding of being get in the way of the unfolding of being. There's a meta move that occurs in the speaking. It's the old theological problem of the capathetic and the apathetic, right? When you talk about the right thing, you're in danger. Well, how do we not talk about the right thing without ruining everything? Like, so it's no different. It's very similar, in my opinion, because many of the pressing philosophical problems we have today are in very old theological debates thousands of years ago. So the problem is, if you make God apathetic, then how in the world do we have a way to judge or to make community or socialize? Because God, you're saying we can't, he's not. So what is the basis, right? So then you talk about God. Well, now we're in trouble of idolatry. So you can't do that. But if you don't take that risk, then society breaks down, right? But if we do take that risk, totalitarianism is possible. And then all of the unintentional consequences of that. So you have this ancient problem of talking about apathetic things, keeping them apathetic, but not so much that you can't form the possibility of society. Because if you don't have a society, you have retraction, atomization, and perhaps World War III. So it is this classic problem of how you do that. Now, my beloved Austin Farah basically suggests it is all tied to the epistemologies of analogy, art, and ways of knowing of pointing, because analogy is a way to proportion, in a Leibniz sense, the meta judgment of Leibniz so that you maintain the capathetic and the apathetic, right? So likewise, the danger of talking about theme is you make something that has to fundamentally have a certain apathetic, and not knowing how it's going to unfold, the act of talking about makes it capathetic. But it would also be a mistake to say that necessarily occurs, in the same way that it would be a mistake to say that talking about God apathetically or talking about God at all necessarily puts limits on creativity. Because to me, I would argue the main thing you want to watch out for in your thinking is the word necessarily. That's the key word. We can talk about God, beauty, metaphysics, creativity all day long as you watch out for the word necessarily. That to me is the key thing you want to watch for in philosophy. Oh, but what does philosophy love to do? Make necessary conclusions. That's what humans love to do. We love to make necessary outcomes. We love to predict instead of prepare. We love to create plans and outlines instead of standing forth to have something unfold. The problem is talking about God with languages of necessity, as opposed to of pointing or suggestion, because necessity is what gives you in trouble. But it is, here's the key, and then I'll give it to Sam. The question is the following. Can you have structure without necessity? Can you have tendency without necessity? Can you have pattern without necessity? Can you have repetition without necessity? If it is possible to get repetition, as I'll just put it, or pattern, if it is possible to get pattern without repetition, then you can square this circle. You can deal with this problem. That is, I think, ultimate. And I think ultimately many of the theologians who thought this problem were looking for that. You're looking for the way to avoid too far on the capathetic or the apathetic is to find the way to have something that can reliably, well, maybe the word reliable is better. Can you have reliability without necessity? Can you have a reliable way of thinking, a way that is reliable in the outcome that it would give you? But please note that reliability is not necessity. Reliability is good reason to think, but not certainty. It's confidence, but not certainty. Can you have reliability without having necessity? And can the universe itself as a whole be that of which entails a reliability without entailing a necessity, because of how time relates to itself, and that everyone is a Gestalt and isomorphic of, as a whole, of time space? That would be the question, and that would have to be described. But let me give it to the wonderful Sam Willem and then Michael. Sam, it is always a pleasure to have you. Thank you for being here.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that whole question of the apophatic. I think the reason I'm interested in it is just because I do think that, it is really important to keep an openness. I was kind of reminded of the medieval text, the cloud of unknowing, and the sort of contemplative state of mind that tries to induce, which is able to move towards new perception by sort of forgetting the indices that we like overlay on top of it, everything. And it's a very, it's like a very apophatic text. At the same time, I was recently reading a Substack by the neuroscientist Eric Hoel. I think I'm pronouncing his name right. He writes at the intrinsic perspective. And he was just noticing that like when the whole Ghibli wave went through the internet, he had this feeling like it was the representational equivalent of when his sons repeat a word so many times that it loses its meaning. Like there's so many Ghiblis, and that like we've stopped to really appreciate, like the style becomes almost meaningless, because it used to be that there was like this studio and they're really diligently and painstakingly working on representing certain things. Now the ways that they've represented certain things are just like given to everything, and so there's no like meaningful relationship between the style and the content. And then Eric was saying like perhaps we're on the cusp of like a semantic, like with AI, we're on the cusp of like a semantic annihilation. Like nothing really means anything because if we can Ghiblify anything, there's no meaningful relationship between style and content. And then we just become in this world, it's a portal through which we could like take human subjectivity to this place where it's like where nothing means anything. But actually for me, after I read his piece, I thought maybe it's not so much a semantic annihilation, but like a semantic reset, where actually you can move more towards like a state like in the cloud of unknowing, the author speaks, where it's like you're just given that meta rationality to the position, to perceive things through all these different styles, and you can use it more like a toolkit through having like been interacting in a really meaningful, maybe long-term way with AI.
I love that point. I think that's fantastic. Semantic reset, because to me, if everything is Ghibli, then if you want to have the magic of Ghibli, and Ghibli is magical, then you're going to have to do some work on yourself you're going to have to do work on yourself. We talk about virtue, conditioning, subjectivity. It is no longer the case that the externality will give you that feeling. You must change your life in that Rilke sense, right? And I think that, to me, semantic, because it just makes me think, again, of freak theory. There's a saturation that is an invitation to a reset. The saturation, to me, the saturation points always entail a certain choice of the response. When there's a saturation, you can say it's nothing, or you can say it's nothing, as an apathetic nothing, and therefore there's a reset, right? But I do think the human chooses how they relate to the total saturation, right? That's where the choice comes in, and everyone can choose differently, because if you couldn't, then there'd be a limit to creative possibility. There'd be an external limit, right? There has to be the possibility of interpreting it different ways, or there would be that external limitation that we've been saying Bard is against, right? So there has to be the possibility of interpreting the saturation, the total saturation, as nothingness, or interpreting it as the apathetic. Now, again, I think Mr. Ebert would say, well, if we're talking more ontological like chemistry or biology, it can't choose nothingness. It has to practically be more apathetic and therefore emerge. But humans are different in that we actually, through mind, can choose the quality of the relation, right? So I think that also brings the possibility of interpreting it as an empty. But because that is there, if we choose to have it actually be apathetic and therefore fullness, it brings with it an increase of virtue, actually. Like it actually brings with it an increase of internal capacity and complexification, right? But that complexification is only possible because of the choice to see it as boredom and nothingness versus the apathetic. And that is, in fact, this is my point, that is, in fact, the complexity invited by mind as a vector that is not invited by, say, biology or chemistry. But it is. But then, what is the? But then the mechanism of greater complexity that is the vector of mind is the very possibility of self-effacement. The very possibility of self-effacement is the same mechanism of the possibility of actually seeing as an apophatic potential ergo semantic reset that brings about virtue, right? But you can't get one without the other. It's no different than we talk about God as Lovecraft with the crafting parentheses. You know, God basically can destroy you, but that's also why it can be the beatific vision, you know, Ross Bird unveiling, you know, we've talked about that before, right? So the mechanism, so if indeed, and then I'll give it to Michael, Mr. Jockin, and then Christian, if every vector entails a transcendence, that if, here's a key point. If it is truly a transcendental emergentism, the new vector must entail mechanisms that are not included in the prior vectors. Otherwise, it would just be a quote-unquote phase shift, right? There has to be new behavior. There has to be new, like chemistry can combust, whereas physics cannot combust. Biology can have, I guess, a metabolism. It can have certain digestive tracts, et cetera, so forth. That is not found in other vectors, right? Because Bard will talk about physics, chemistry, biology, mind, and then I think also civilization and technology. So every one of those vectors have to entail new mechanisms, right? So in a funny way, the suggestion here is that the mechanism of mind that makes it distinct from biology more generally, even though it's made up of biology, is precisely the possibility to interpret nothingness as apophatic or nothing, right? Which, of course, there's no such thing as nothing, and that, therefore, is a self-effacement. The very possibility of contradiction, if you will, is actually what makes mind distinct as a mechanism, which is then where Hegel is like, yeah, contradiction is actually the secret to thought because it invites geometry over algebra and all the other things we've talked about, right? So I love the idea that everything being Ghibli actually invites the invitation for a semantic reset that actually brings with it a greater apprehension and virtue with it. I think it's a beautiful point that then I think also ties into why the question becomes the following. If that choice, absolute choice, as I like to call it, between AA and AB, if that choice, which the absolute choice is very vivid when dealing with a nothing, because if it's nothing, then there's nothing there to stimulate your choice one way or the other, right? So if it's a total saturation and it's nothing, then the choice on if it's apophatic or nothing is entirely yours, because there is no stimulation to go either way. You are the birdie and donkey, right? Between two equally sized piles of grain. Nothing as not apophatic and nothing as apophatic is equal in the experience, right? Unless, you know, so you choose. Well, that choice, in being the absolute choice, is that an underlying structure? Is that choice itself an underlying structure or not? If you say it is not an underlying structure, it is in fact what makes mind itself, that absolute choice, then you are saying the vector is itself by the possibility of that choice, and thus it is not limited by anything transcendent. It is orbiting what makes it itself in the way that it unfolds according to its absolute choices, right? And that can be creatively infinite, because is not the apophatic creatively infinite? That's kind of the whole idea, right? That it has this sort of infinite pouring out, this excess. But wonderful point. But let me give it to Michael. Michael, it's lovely to see you today, sir.
Great to see all of you. And alas, I am in my car again, so if my audio is choppy or low, I apologize in advance. I don't have much to say, so I'll get out quickly anyways. I just wanted to return to the point you made earlier, Daniel, about guarding against using necessary claims in philosophy. And so I guess my question related to that is, what is the difference between a necessary claim and a normative claim? Because it sounds like, you know, there's a danger of using necessary claims to essentially create, you know, strict, rigid ideas of truth that, you know, basically make it impervious to evolution and change, which I totally agree with. But then, you know, earlier we were talking about theme and the idea of, you know, if you have no underlying theme by which to see the world, you have no lens which to ascertain judgment, and then from there you basically have nothing by which to orient yourself, ergo, you know, kind of normativity. And so what is the difference between a normative claim and a necessary claim, I guess is my curiosity. So yeah, that's kind of all I have.
No, magnificent. So the entire problem of belonging again is to have something like norms without necessity, which has never happened. Like all norms have been based upon necessity. So how do you have norms? Because if norms are not necessary, then the word norm is negated simply into something else like tendencies or patterns or reliabilities, right? So you need something like patterns or reliability, or else society is impossible. If society is not possible if you do not have reliable coordination. Like norms basically are the mechanism of they're a mechanism of coordination. How do we create enough reliability so society is intelligible, so people can have a sense of where people are going to be and what they're going to do so that they can relate? Because if you don't have norms, then they're so radically different that it simply takes too much energy to figure out what everyone is thinking. Coordination is too energy intensive, so people won't, and society dies, right? So that's why you create norms. But norms give you banality of evil, oppression, and all this stuff that we talk about in belonging again. So how do you have norms without necessity? Meaning that you're able to have patterns that are maintained without an underlying structure and yet a reliability, right? So again, the question you are asking is the zillion-dollar question, in my opinion, of how you have reliability without necessity. How do you have pattern without necessity? And you can't simply make up the address. You can't just posit a system and say, this is how it has to be. It has to actually be isomorphic to reality. Like the only hope is that reality itself actually has a structure that figures this one out. Because if not, anything you come up with to make your society work is just going to be ultimately arbitrary. It's not going to be based in anything. So we better freaking hope and pray that that reality itself actually entails a way in what it is to give us an authoritative or grounding reliability without necessity by which society, individuals, ergo everyone can be organized. If not, then probably various regressions to old forms of political, social, and individual organization and coordination are extremely likely, because people would basically encounter this supposed narrative of reliability without necessity and simply say, that works for you, but it doesn't work for me. And therefore, we have the ever problem of relativism and pluralism. The only way to keep any possible structure, way of doing things, and then I'll give it to Mr. Jockin, Christian, and Javier, the only way to have a way of doing things that somehow successfully manages to bring forth reliability without necessity can only not just become another option of pluralism if, in fact, it has isomorphic structure with how reality actually is. If not, then it will simply become another option among pluralism and die. So this is very, very important. So Mr. Jockin, please.
Circle back on this question of this. Actually, I was talking to Javier about this, I think last week. The nature of oneness. It has this double move. It depends how we want to refer to it. It can mean a sense of unity, or it can mean the sense of individuation. So that fact that oneness has this double move, and which one you emphasize transforms the meaning. I think this idea that what is that? This idea of a temporal figure that connects through time to allow for a unified difference. One way to try to explain this is actually is the idea of development, meaning the eidos of a human, right? And development of a human, from a gestation to fetus to toddler to young child to adult. That whole pattern is intelligible over time. We have certainty and knowledge from that. That's probably the best. So thus, this language of development is one of the ways that we could talk about this, or gesture to what we mean by just a temporal figure that gives you a unity in difference. One example of that. I think it's also very important because the very point of the nature, actually related to this idea of different functions, behaviors, that's very important, because versatility counts nutritional soul, sensational soul, or rational soul, that develops over time. It's not all at once that occurs for a human being, for example, to occur. So I think that's actually an important detail about that. I think another note too is that's useful, because then that understanding what Aristotle talks about in physics of the hypothetic necessity and the material necessity. It's the interfacing of both. It's not just one or the other. What that means is, in this case, with this developmental form idea, is that a human being, if there is to be such and such a thing as a human being of this form, these material conditions must be present. If they're not present, then the development stops. It's hindered. So this is actually very important about Aristotle's explanation about how do basically masses of a secondary kind, capacities that are not enacted, exist. Because there's a very famous line in metaphysics about this, that no, there's a school that was said, no, you must be in the act to actually have the capacity. If you're not in the act, then you don't have the capacity. They have this extreme empiricist point of view. I'm kind of quick about that expression. But as I was pointing out, I'm connecting this to this discussion of hypothetic and material necessity. And that's what's so interesting. I want to point out, even though it's using that word necessity, if you actually look at what he means by it, it's really if this then that. It's a conditional. So even though he's using the word necessity in physics, if you actually look at what he means by that, it's a if then conditional. I forgot the term for that. I'm blanking, but that basically if P then Q, and it's a two-directional mode. The hypothetic is basically by this end. It's a combination. It's actually a joint, if you see, of the efficient and formal and final cause all working together. An example I can use to express this is that the body is the lentia of the soul of a human in this case. So what that means is that the presence of a body is as a result the ensoulment with the capacity of life. So thus, what's the telos of a body's of a soul is that have life that's expressed in this form we call body that's ensouled. So that's an example. And for that body to exist, there must be a certain material of such and such a kind. Because that's the thing too. Also, the form shows up in different modes. Another example to talk about that is the example Aristotle uses is a saw. A saw. If we want to cut, we must have this thing called a pattern called a saw. And for their saw to exist, there must be a material of such and such a kind, meaning metal of a certain tensor of a term. This is all literally material necessity. And that at that point, because then there must be a certain hardness in the material. It has to have a certain arrangement. And it has to be for the metal part, and then the handle needs to be a certain way to be cut, for example, to be holdable per se. And they had to be arranged, and then that relates to why they arrange in a certain way, the handle a certain way, and the saw a certain way. The tooth shape, for example, is to do the function in there. So that's an example of where this language that I know of this is where this language of a normative necessity that's not necessity what we're thinking about. Aristotle had it. It's condition. It was this kind of conditional presentation of it. And just last note, I think Sam's point about this the semiotic reset with the Ghibli AI exposure event, absolutely true. It's certainly true in all the creative fields. Actually, I gotta be honest, I'm very excited about it because this anxiety in the creative field of the approaching AI has caused now everybody. Now we have a crisis. When we have a crisis, we have an emergency. When that happens, we have a moment of questioning can occur because the old ways are now being challenged. So it's very exciting from my point of view just to hear that. And I say that because, as Alan noted, is this a lack or is this a nothing? And I think actually this is a really good example too, but I'm trying to express by this idea of exemplar orientation versus mean. Because, see, Studio Ghibli really was an exemplar. It really expressed a kind of way of creative life being expressed, right? But then once it became systematized into an algorithm that could be expressed and on command generated and done very efficiently, thus all the material necessity limitations, because generally a lot of creative works generally have this kind of material restraining, have a dampening function attached to it usually. So usually operations of efficiency remove the dampening function. So once AI was able to do that, now what does it mean to be creative? Usually almost with languages, when you're oriented with, the reason why this is what we mean by this, the difference of a mean versus an exemplar. The AI brain production is an example of a mean because we're trying to reproduce a similarity to a certain kind, right? But if Studio Ghibli was meant to be an exemplar, it would not be an exact repetition. It would be, what does it mean to be Studio Ghibli? And how can I do work that's like Studio Ghibli, not exact copies? This is always the issue with the creative practices of the imitational state. If you do an exact copy imitation, you're actually failing. You're not direct. The line always used a lot in the creative arts is we imitate what the masters imitated, right? The kind of principle that's oriented that their work is kind of pointing to, but not the actual thing itself. Basically, idols. If you treat an exemplar as an idol, it becomes mean, and then it just kind of self-collapses and self-effacement, to bring up this point. So I'm just trying to draw. So Sam's point of the Giblify memeplex, I think it's a good expression of what I'm trying to hint at with all of this. So I have.
No, fantastic. And then there's a way in which the saturation of the meme actually then points to the exemplar as needing to be the new standard, because if it in fact it creates a saturation that can lead to a certain boredom, it is only to it kind of forces you to move beyond it, or to remember the exemplar in it, or to become an exemplar yourself in your ability to observe it and actually be struck by it still. So in that saturation of the memification, it actually forces a reconsideration of the exemplar. And I think the exemplar is actually critical here for the problem of how to have a standard of judgment without an underlying structure. I'll give it to Christian and Javier. I think there's another question: is lack an underlying structure? If you say no, well then here we go. We have a basis. Also too, because if lack is afforded by the thing itself to itself and being itself, as opposed to something underlying it, well then you're able to have that of which could be the basis of judgment, the relation to that lack, how people are they an exemplar and how they relate to that lack and how they work with that lack. Do they make it a ground of a strike of beauty or not? And that could become a basis of judgment and something in common and something by which can be regular and repetitive without having something underlying. Ergo, all of the stuff we're saying with belonging again. And if so, that opens some things. I will also note with the causes, I think what Aristotle is getting at are the causes, the four causes of Aristotle and underlying structure. It would seem that way, but actually all of them are interrelating to one another in a manner that actually gives you something in the thing. They're not really underlying. They are in what the thing is. And Clayton, always good to see you, sir. So, for example, if we start talking about the material cause, I suppose, of a table being made of wood, then how it is so made would be tied to the efficiency of the craftsman of the table, of which, here's the key, would have an impact on the possible probability distribution of how it could form into the future and what final cause it could realize, right? So here's the key. I think the key, in my opinion, is we start thinking about future as a probability distribution that narrows in relative to what the thing is present, and how it so narrows is relative to the past of the thing, of which narrows the probability distribution, of which then allows you to have something formal without it being underlying, because it is simply related to the interrelation of all the causes that have made that thing what it is, that are always informing one another in a very alive manner, not transcending one another. Like a shrinking of a distribution curve does not require an underlying structure. Things, as they move through time, shrink distribution curves of probability. The curvature of the present can actually converge upon something necessary, a probability distribution of 1 that wasn't necessary and therefore isn't actually necessary except at a certain moment in time, because now you've met the condition where no other probability can be met. And if that could be the basis of the reliability, a probability distribution converging on 1 by the curvature of how things are relative to the pool of their past, I suppose, then that actually could be the possibility of something reliable that would not require an underlying structure, that nevertheless could be a basis of the social. And there was someone with Kurt who was talking about that show, Theories of Everything, which is actually a lovely podcast. He was talking about, and I think this is true, there's apparently work being done on this idea of what is the past, and the past have some sort of pull on things. I think, yes, that's Bergson. I think Bard talks about VPA, past is actual, future, the present is potential, morphic resonant, yes. Future, I believe, is virtual. And so, to me, BPA, which I know, again, Bard talked with Tim Adlin about, as I understand it, if the past is actual, then it has a certain pull, I almost want to say, on the present in the kind of way it can curve into the distribution of the potential distribution of the future, which in that very curvature can shrink, it can disperse, it can bring dispersed potentials, narrow them in on a convergence of 1 that then would actually create a practical effect of a seemingly necessity that wasn't necessary because it didn't have to curve that way. It just did, and this created the effect of necessity. But if it is possible, and all of this has to be expanded upon, as I understand VPA and past and all these different things, if all of this is what things are, this sort of working of time space as some sort of creating a gravity, a pull on itself relative to its past, that narrows the probability distribution of the future toward 1, then the moment it hits 1 is actually the insight of a form, the appearance of a Gestalt, a hitting of a strike of beauty that then it passes into another probability distribution according to its formulation as time space, time being most real. And every single convergence on one actually has that effect, which is a repetition of an excess. Mr. Jockin, please.
Let's jump in. I'm reminded of a Markov blanket.
Yes.
That's what it sounds like you're talking about.
Yes, absolutely. It's a Markov blanket. So that you can arrive at a formulation implosion of possibility. Absolutely. The convergent, that is when the formulation of time space creates an effect of a form, an effect of the Gestalt that Dr. Zwingli is talking about. That's the strike of beauty. That's the inside of what the formulation of time space is always working toward. It is always curving back on itself to create the effect of a form. And that is what human beings are looking to have the experience of, as Zwingli put it, which again, I'll say again, I'll give to Christian and Javier. Human beings long for a Gestalt so powerful that they have to change their life. And it seems to be that is what ties it. Bliss. Exactly right, Isam. So let me give it to Christian. Christian, it's good to see you, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, Daniel, to hold my hand a little bit. I had an XP boost on Duolingo when I jumped in, so I had to I had to be distracted. And also, you guys are in like a sea of philosophical grammar that's a bit foreign to me. So I'm trying to piece together all this abstraction as I go. One question I have is, how are you using this term, the apathetic, and how does it relate to creativity? If you could catch me up on that one.
No, magnificent. So the idea of the apathetic. So for example, the apathetic is a certain radical excess that is transcendent of your effect to comprehend, your ability to comprehend, that then creates the effect that it's nothingness because you can't comprehend it. But in fact, it's not nothingness. It is actually just so great in its quality and its possibility that it overwhelms your ability to comprehend it, that gives you the effect of nothingness. So like in apathetic theology, it's the idea that it's sometimes better to say God is not good than to say God is good, because when you say is good, you automatically shrink it into your understanding of what good is, when actually God is way greater than that understanding of good. So it can be better to say God is not good. That's kind of the apathetic play. But of course, the risk of that is, are you saying that our finite understanding of good has nothing to do at all with what it means to say God is good? Because if that's so, that seems problematic, right? And it is problematic. But apathetic, also the key to kind of creativity is the notion that if there is a certain excess that you cannot fully experience, then creativity can be seen. One act of creativity can be, how do we actually bring some of that excess that we can't comprehend into comprehension without lessening it? How do we improve our capacities to grasp more of the apathetic without reducing it to our finite concepts? And how do we actually make things great? Like art, you could say with the bookcase example Javier made, you're working to actually make the bookcase more magnificent, and you're trying to actually bring it to a place where it has an excess that you can't fully conceptualize. So then it actually brings it into something that is more engaging to go with. You could also argue that in a way, everything is apathetic in a degree, because we never get the whole of the bookcase. When I look at that bookcase, I don't see the entire history, the atoms, all of the different parts. There's always something in excess outside of our understanding. And the apathetic is basically a theological tradition that is really owning that and really stressing that. But I would argue that basically that theological tradition actually has massive implications for philosophy, metaphysics, sociology, economics, and all of these fields in general. I will pause there and ask if that makes sense.
I think I'm getting the contours here. I mean, in this framing, could we say that like experience itself is creativity in the face of some overwhelming apathetic whatever of reality?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
That's absolutely
Okay.
that would be the suggestion of all this, 100%.
Got it. And then, so then you could kind of maybe macro that or micro that with the bookcase or something, where there's like a relative sense of overwhelm or something that it kind of exceeds your ability to conceptualize whatever the subject is, and then you are pulled in a kind of like erotic way closer to it, and then forms appear as you try to make sense of it, and then therein lies some creativity, right? In the coming closer to, and then creating in the face of. Yes?
So that is a very good example, because that movement of desire is basically how Dante and other theologians suggest you move toward God. That things, as you move toward them, they unveil their apathetic character that then points to another apathetic, and it becomes a sort of ladder analogy of being that has a certain climb effect, right? And then also you could say the creative act is alignment with the creation that is finitude. That creation itself has that very structure. And so when you create, you're actually like things are. You have an alignment with being, which then the problem is many people have interpreted the idea of, oh, you find truth as alignment with being. Well, if you understand being as a stagnant thing, that seems really problematic. But if being is actually, quote unquote, becoming, and it's an open, apathetic process, then alignment with that does not reduce creative possibility. In fact, you can participate in actuality, and actuality is open. And so that is critical, because if that is a possibility, this can become a basis of metaphysics, humans, therefore society, economics, because if it's a metaphysic possibility, it could be a possibility for anything, of course. And if the current metaphysical options have led us to political economic trouble, then looking for something alternative becomes possible. Does that make sense, Christian?
We are like children of God in that sense, in our creativity, right? Like we are a micro of that macro of the Brahman, the creative principle itself, something like that. And then there's this, I guess, to put it kind of in a pithy way, the problem of how do we be creative together?
Yes.
In a way that's how does my creativity allow for your creativity, and but also how does it impede upon your creative expression? How do we find some middle ground where we can both be creative, but understanding that this demands limitations in our creativity, or to the extent that I don't wish to limit my creativity, even at the expense of what might seem to be your creative expression. My creations are less beautiful or less meaningful. Possibly, I don't know. It's like a weird. I think it's an ongoing ethical exploration, just in every single instance, right? Which is like, can I justify in this particular instance demanding my own creative expression, even though I understand it would seem to limit your creative expression, right? I mean, this a tyranny, oppression, whatever, or the breaking out of that. Do I get to demand more creative expression, even though you're trying to limit mine? And then how do we think about those situations? The other concept that seems to be a big one as I'm following the conversation is this idea of necessity, pattern. But the question that came up for me was, see you, Thomas. What might be the difference between something like necessity and something like irrefutability? Whereas, like, you could say that whatever is necessarily is, and that's one way to think about necessity, but then you're like necessity also is very close to the idea of like shouldness and moral imperative, like things need to be a certain way in the future in order for whatever. And then I imagine that that's where some of the tension is that's being explored here. And if that's the case, and correct me if that's not really the tension, but then where my mind goes is toward like a little bit away from the idea of necessity and something more like irrefutability. Like, what can I not deny? Which I think is slightly different, because need kind of, I think, imposes more of like a telos, whereas undeniability or irrefutability is more about acceptance of simply what is. Like, I can't say no to this. It's just without kind of like breaking or limiting my uh, well, I mean, you can always say no, but I can't prove no, I guess, about something. And if we then kind of go into that framing, maybe there we can start to work with a certain kind of patterning. I mean, like you can speak. I guess this is more like children of God type of a framing, but I can say something about my consciousness that it is unified, right? The combination problem of consciousness, etc. I can't point to something outside of my consciousness, for instance. Right now, I can't. It's also kind of a mystery as to why there's somehow both the unified aspect of my consciousness and all the diversity within it. And I don't. I kind of take the stance that there's just nothing to be said there. It's just that's a fundamental mystery. I don't understand how you could even make an argument that explains it or anything like that. I'd be interested to hear one. I haven't found one yet. But if we just kind of take that as an axiomatic kind of mystery, then we can talk about all sorts of things at a very fundamental level within consciousness, like symmetry and difference, and how we make sense, how the mind is creatively active within this mystery. And there, I think, is where there's potential to create a grammar of pattern that maybe solves that problem of normativity without necessity.
Beautifully put. Excellent. So there's a few things, and then I'll give it to Javier. So the apathetic of which finitude moves through has to be afforded by finitude itself, if it is not going to be a transcendent that falls into the concerns that Bart has. So finitude has to be apathetic, and it actually is. Finitude actually entails mechanisms of not being able to comprehend everything, right? And if finitude is actually time-space, then it can have a certain relative kind of transcendence that isn't a ultimate transcendent in terms of a different dimension by how it unfolds through time-space. Because in a sense, once biology emerged, it is experienced as transcendent of chemistry, but it is not transcendent in terms of like a different dimension, like that has it's within finitude, right? It's not like in an infinite Platonic realm, right? So the apathetic by which we are describing, if it is not going to fall into the concerns of Bart, as I understand them, have to be infinitude to finitude. Infinitude is a movement and relating to its own apathetic, its own excess, that it is constantly working to bring into its understanding, of which then as it does that, it generates a new excess that it then has to form to, and when you get a wheel turning wheel, infinitude. That makes it practically infinite, but not technically infinite, because it is not infinitude. It is actually how finitude unfolds. It is this sort of thing that has this ever creative possibility. So the apathetic we are describing has to be afforded by the same, dare I say, ontology that is finitude, or else we have the problem that Bart is describing. So that's first. There is something about creativity that is central to the problem of belonging again, and this idea that the similarity that nevertheless is different could be creativity, where all human beings somehow are more creative, and therefore they're similar in being more creative. But isn't creativity by definition that of which creates greater difference to the point where a social order is not possible and everyone atomizes? If everyone becomes creative, don't they become like crazy people like me? And then they're not in society? So that seems to be a problem. So you have a need for something like creativity, but a certain bounded creativity, so it doesn't become too creative that it leads to chaos. But wait, if you bind it, then it's not creative, and that seems bad, right? So can creativity in itself generate a principle of its own orbit that isn't imposed upon it outside, because that would be totalitarianism? So creativity has to in itself, which would ultimately mean the person, has to entail something that can limit their creativity in being the creativity, and therefore is not a limitation on the creativity. It is the thing that makes it possible. Like Hegel, like reason that realizes its limits is actually unlimited in Hegel. Unlimited reason is actually reason because it doesn't know its limits. You become quote unquote unlimited when you know your reasons, right? So what is the limit that creativity can acknowledge that actually makes it unlimited, but is also an orbit for the possibility of a society that is based on creativity as the principle of its similarity, that doesn't lead to a probability dispersion that ultimately leads to entropy, chaos, and all that fun stuff, right? Which then, if reality is kind of a creation, as theologians have said, a creativity, and perhaps Whiteheadians say it, time space, and reality itself is actually isomorphic to everything I just described as possible in the subject, then if the subject can figure this out, they're actually aligned with and isomorphic with how the universe actually is, which then creates a certain symmetry that in that similarity makes the possible of a new difference because there's no such thing as repetition without an excess, which then, of course, is a gaining of what? Complexity. And now you have something negantropic. You now have another source of a more usable energy in terms of this game of complexity, right? So there is certainly a tradition of theologians talking about, like Berdyaev in the meaning of the creative act. There is certainly, or Balthasar, or different thing. There is a tradition of human beings in the creative act being like creation, and thus, of course, the creator of God, that then has a certain alignment, that in that alignment, humans find fittedness. But this fittedness, or meaning or telos, is not imposed external upon. It is the very thing people are. This is the key. The telos that is being described here, if we take that language from theology or final cause, is not over things. It is things as creative unfoldings. And simply all you do is align with the truth of yourself that makes you more creative and less bound. This is the key. The threat has always been a capital T truth that limits. But what if the quote-unquote capital T truth was that of which made unlimit through the recognition of limit in the way Hegel talks about, because it becomes working with the limit versus denying it, which leads to self-effacement. If this is all a possible description of how the world works, then a possibility of belonging again is afforded that doesn't fall into the problems of the norms of Foucault, et cetera, so forth, but this will require some sort of irrefutability. What can be a basis of irrefutability that doesn't actually turn into something strangling, we might say? But Christian, did you have something to say, sir?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Javier, for giving me some time here. It seems like, well, forgive my bespoke grammar, semantics, whatever here, but I want to say that creativity is kind of truth and beauty. Beauty, I think you have to have limits in order to have beauty. Otherwise, you don't have any distinction. But if you don't have the goodness element in there, then you're not going to be careful in your creativity, and you're not going to be wise in your creativity. And then you risk limiting your creative potential because well, is that true? I think so, right? Because if you don't have goodness, you're not going to have wisdom, you're not going to have care, and so your creativity essentially can be destructive, and then you're kind of like narrowing the possibility space. Well, I don't even want to use the word destructive because I don't see it as completely distinct from creativity. Creation and destruction can kind of be the same process in some ways, but so what's a better word? Your creativity can become confining or something like this. Yes, I'm pondering at an edge here, so I'm going to stop there. But thank you.
Very important. the truth of creativity is its past, its own past, which functions as its memory to limit it so that it actually, the truth is past. Truth is what occurred. You know, Bard emphasizes the past is absolute. It is given. It is what is the case, right? So if we talk about the truth, we're talking about the past, something that has occurred, right? Or that is participated in by what is, right? So memory, this is Bergson. Memory is the limiting principle of creativity that is in it, because creativity is in the person that has memory. So memory, because here's the weird thing. There is no past, there's only memory, which is because of the past, but it is a limiting principle that is in the subject, in the present, that you can choose to make your creativity and imagination refer to or not. And this is very important, because basically, so you have the creator who says, I'm not going to read old books. I'm not going to read other people because I don't want to have my creativity limited, right? I'm going to be more creative if I don't know the past or the great conversation. In my experience, very often those people are not very good because they have no limiting principle. Turns out the limiting principle actually generates greater creativity. If you try to honor the history and you try to honor the memory, you actually get better creativity. Why? Well, basically, and again, I do think Bard basically suggests, as I understand VPA, and I think there's that guy, I can't think of his name, and maybe Bard has mentioned him, I'm not sure, that has this idea that the past has a certain pull on the present to therefore narrow, like Sam was saying, narrow probability, right? A VPA, Bard talks about that with Tim Adlin in a conversation, virtual, potential, actual, which he uses to talk about times, you know, past, present, and future. So there's a way in which what is possible is narrowed by what has occurred, right? And that limits the probability distribution. By probability distribution, like if there's a million, if in a non-limited distribution there's unlimited probabilities, then a limited probability distribution means there's 10,000. And if it's more limited, there's 5,000. It's not necessary that you realize probability 47 versus 150, but it is necessary that you're going to realize at this point in time, 1 out of 10,000 probabilities versus 1 out of 100,000 probability. There's a narrowing, there's a shrinking of the probability, which is a mixture of limit and freedom, right? But you see, even that limit is not a restriction on freedom because you only arrive there because you chose to take X point on the probability distribution versus Y. So even though there's a narrowing, that narrow is a result of a choice that wasn't so narrowed. So even the narrow is actually an expression of freedom, right? So that's where it's very interesting. Anyway, what in my opinion occurs is without memory, the artist, the probabilities are too vast. There's too vast. And what is entropy? But it's too distributed, like it distributes, right? Energy distributes. Negentropy, interesting enough, is actually a restriction. It's a bringing together. A certain limitation actually makes it usable. Unusable energy is too distributed. The energy is too distributed, becomes cold, and it can't generate anything. So analogously, the artist that is not bound by the tradition is too distributed in possibility, so the work becomes entropic. The creativity just, let's put it this way, creativity without memory ever grows the Markov blanket. It ever grows the amount of probabilities and thus becomes entropic. It just disperses into a heat death, right? But when creativity refers to memory, it limits the probability distribution, and now it can actually generate something of meaning, right? It can generate something negentropic, right? So then the question becomes the following. How does creativity limit itself? Which ultimately is the question of how does the future limit itself? Because the future is a probability distribution. That's basically what it is. The future doesn't exist. It's a probability distribution. I do not believe the future is going on right now. I do not follow a block universe model. The future doesn't exist, but it's also silly to say the future doesn't have an influence on us. It absolutely has an influence on us as a probability distribution based on the present. You can talk about top-down causality, right? Like the Markov blanket of what could be relative to this moment does in fact have an impact on what occurs in this moment. So in that sense, the future has an impact on the present, but the future doesn't exist. It's virtual, I believe is the term, as Bard would say, right? So there's a limiting that the future is as a narrowing probability distribution that that nevertheless has an impact on what can occur, even though it doesn't exist, even though it's virtual. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what's very tricky. But the narrowing of that probability distribution is completely dependent on creativity, not using imagination to imagine what the future could be, but using imagination to return to the past. This is the massive trick. We tend to use imagination to imagine the future, which ever disperses the probability distribution to greater and greater numbers, and therefore we become entropic, as opposed to using imagination by which to get better at memory and to think about the ever-present origin. Beautiful with Gessler. Instead of using imagination to actually imagine the past, which is to imagine actuality, which is why the history is actually possible part. Making history and memory the basis of creativity is how creativity creates a limit on itself that then makes it not enter entropy, that gives it a certain form, that then can let there be infinite creativity with a limit, where the limit is not imposed by something external to the creativity, but is a result of the creativity in the subject's own memory of itself. So the memory becomes the principle of the orbiting that is located in the creativity that allows there to be reliability, pattern, but not necessity. And what is memory but indisputable? The word, like, what is this thing that, how do we have this indisputable thing? The past happened. Now, what could be disputable is our interpretation of the past, and that's why we have to be able to think it. But the history occurred. Finitude is non-disputable. I'm going to die is non-disputable. That's why Heidegger was big on this, and the past is non-disputable. The problem is, how do we have the past as the non-disputable basis of limitation that all subjects can actually incorporate in their creativity to have a similarity that isn't so crushing that they lose difference? It has to be memory. It has to be based on memory, and it has to be based on dialogos and conversations and relating to that memory and figuring it out. And that is something that creates a structure within itself that keeps the creativity from infinitely distributing into an entropy. But there's a work to it because you have to interpret the past. So then it's alive. So even the recovering of the irrefutable has a excess to it. It has a creative principle to it. So the thing that is irrefutable is also creative as it is providing limit. That limit can be revisited. You can return to the ground and re-question it without destroying the ground. We have not figured out how to question the ground that allows sociability and intelligibility in society without destroying the ground. That's the challenge. Well, you can do that in the act of remembering and interpreting the past, in light of doing so for the possibility of affording new creativity, of which then takes you back to the past to limit it so it doesn't narrow, so it doesn't disperse itself into entropy, of which brings you back to the future as you're realizing new probability distributions, and you get a back and forth, all of which is contained within the finite entity itself. So the relation between creativity and memory and the practices that result are critical. But then the final question is that, well, then the question, but I'll give it to Javier. What is the irrefutable experience of which would be, dare I say, confirmation that one is indeed engaging in this process correctly? Because if there is no irrefutable experience that has a certain quality that puts forth to suggest that one is indeed engaging in this in the right way, then it will all, even the process and the effectiveness of the process will be a matter of relativity and opinion. I can say, this is how you do it. Someone else can say, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. And so even though you have a constant basis that all people can form, if the process has no confirmation or any certain experience that itself is irrefutable, you still have the problem of relativity with the process, even if you agree on the result that you're aiming for in that process being this creative unfolding. And that becomes the irrefutable, which is the strike of beauty. But let me give it to Javier Rivera. Mr. Rivera, please.
Okay, so there's a lot here. I mean, what Christian was saying. I mean, so creativity, this question of like, how do we give the proper fittedness to creativity, the space for creativity on the other, is definitely that suspended ethical question that definitely is always going to be hanging in the thread of like the past and the potential as our present. However, there is that delimiting principle ethically that exists, and we've talked about it before, which is forgiveness. If we don't have forgiveness as a kind of sufficient baseline, basically, that constricts our creativity in such a way that we can't even entertain new possibilities. because basically what happens is now the past becomes so absolute in a way that it can't even entertain another way of looking at it, right? It's saying, I can't forgive you for this because this happened. And so it basically, without forgiveness, we can't even really return to the past. We only return to the past in a sense to just reconfirm what is already, quote, absolute. So that is the danger when we don't have forgiveness. But of course, forgiveness is not even viable without trust. So if there's no trust, then you can't even begin to even think about forgiveness, because then it just all of human vulnerability to even like admit a sort of error, and that's the sort of vulnerability with creativity and giving space for another person's creativity is actually I might mess up. In fact, most likely you're going to mess up, which is why you always have to return to the past, which is why it's always a conversation, which is why it's always predicated on trust and forgiveness. And we go through this loop again and again until we figure out what is exactly the fittedness in which I give you space to exist in your creativity and versus and in which I can exist in my own. It sort of reminds me of this conversation I had with my girlfriend about just like I pointed out some pattern of her behavior, and so I was reacting to that in a present conversation. But she was like, I understand that that's your interpretation and that seems to fit with my behavior, but actually my response is not in correlation to that pattern, right? So then, but here's the thing, right? Human vulnerability wants to reconfirm that pattern, and that's the part where the opening exists, meaning that I actually have to trust my partner when she says that actually this is not the repetition of the pattern in which you are witnessing right now, right? Even though your emotions and reactions are enacting and reacting on that pattern that you say that you're witnessing. So we have to give, it's such a very open space in which you can suffocate creativity or open it up. So there is a sense in which you're right, there is no future if we only reconfirm the past without forgiveness. So basically, without forgiveness, there is no future. It's only the reconfirmation of the past as past, but then that past is not never, there's no point in talking about the past then, if that's only ever what we're doing. And that means there is no creativity then. Creativity is just simply necessity, versus one last thing. I really do see what you're saying, Daniel, about practical versus technical. McCabe talks about this, and this is why I was thinking maybe sufficiency versus necessity might be better. I don't know. I mean, I do like the word, but this is what McCabe said about practical reasoning versus theoretical reasoning, which is the logic of practical reasoning differs from that of theoretical reasoning, most evidently in being based not on necessity, but on sufficiency. Its conclusion is an action or proposal of action which will be sufficient to attain the aim expressed in the major premises, one that will sufficiently preserve the satisfactoriness of the original aim. What will be excluded are practical conclusions which do not thus preserve the satisfactoriness. So basically, if the greed baseline is to let the other be in their creative being, then that is our practical major premise, right? And that means that anything that does not satisfy that practical premise is not because it's necessary. It's because that is already what is the sufficient basis. It's based on sufficiency, not on necessity. So we will basically, but that already opens up, right? Because theoretical reasoning says necessity is like actually Jockin said this perfectly. It's a conditionality, right? If this, then this follows. But practical reasoning says whatever the major premise is, whatever preserves that satisfactoriness, doesn't matter how it unfolds, is sufficient. And so that actually allows that opening of whatever we can't even imagine what that satisfactoriness could be. I think that's the real question, right? But we already agree that the major premise is that the creativity thus must be preserved for each other, and that is what is satisfactory. But we do not know what is actually satisfactory in its conclusion, which is why I think I totally agree now. I mean, I totally see now what you're saying between there is this technical, technically there's no ground, but practically there is a ground. And I think that's sufficiency. That's an argument of sufficiency.
Yes, 100%. You can have sufficient conditions. Conditions can be sufficient to narrow a probability distribution to one that nevertheless does not necessitate necessity. And that is the question. What is sufficient to limit a probability distribution to a necessity without necessity? And then the question is, what is the one, the then necessary experience, of which in its experience would then not limit the next probability distribution? Because if you have an experience that then limits the following probability distribution to a necessity, then you've run into the problem. So at no point can sufficiency transition into an actual necessity. Sufficiency must generate the conditions of a practical necessity that never becomes a necessary necessity, if you will, a technical necessity, right? What can do that? And the question is the following. Does reality actually, in its very unfolding, entail a realization of sufficiency, of the sufficient conditions for a practical necessity that never becomes a technical necessity? If reality itself entails this, then it becomes possible to have something that's practically an underlying structure and all the benefits that that affords, as Mr. Luba was saying, without actually having an underlying structure. If this can be done, then we may belong again, and we may be able to think these metaphysical principles in a manner that makes us more human. I think sufficiency versus necessary is getting at it. Because also, of course, in the act of sufficiency, you don't have to have a necessary outcome, only a necessary occurrence. And occurrence and outcome are different. So if we can have necessary occurrences, and that be the basis of relation and social intelligibility, et cetera, so forth, then we can have enough similarity difference to be intelligible to one another without being intelligible in a manner that limits one another, in a manner that starts approaching totalitarianism. I'll give it to Michael, then Christian. One more thing. Well, quickly, actually, two more things. There's a very big difference between going to the past to remember the past in order to create and going to the past to verify how the world should be today. There's a difference between using the past to shut down the present and using the past to limit the future, to limit creativity, right? The great art, it is not by chance, in my opinion, that the great artists, and I do think there is great artists and not, because you can meet different conditions of the experience of the practical necessity of the strike of beauty, right? Like not all artists in the same way create the conditions sufficient enough for the practical necessity, right? So the gaugement of the quality of an artist is to the degree that they make sufficient what we are describing, right? Not on preference, but the creation of an architecture. Great artists are architectures. They're creating an experience, not merely a work. The work is just a necessary condition for the experience, right? Okay, so anyway, many of the great artists are scholars of the past, and they're actually looking to the past for inspiration, because if you don't do that, your creativity is too dispersed. The probability is too great. It's too dispersed, and you get entropy, heat death, et cetera, so forth. So it's very important. Also critically, basically, if you do not have forgiveness, it is only a matter of time before some occurrence happens in the realization of probabilities, of which results in hurt, that without forgiveness, the link between the future and the past is broke, because you will not start using the past to create, because you will not forgive. All you're going to do is repeat the hurt. A lack of forgiveness is a repetition that denies excess. That's the key. Forgiveness is a repetition of the past that acknowledges excess. It's not the same. It can change. Forgiveness is when you say the past changes. in the sense of in the sense that the past doesn't exist. It is a memory, and memories entail creative potential. When you don't forgive, you are saying that the past exists. You are saying that there is no excess in the repetition. You are denying, you are pretending like repetition is possible. True repetition is not possible, therefore you self-efface. What this means is that a society that is incapable of forgiveness, and ultimately the only way to assure the possibility of forgiveness in all possible circumstances is death. And if you do not make possible the possibility of forgiveness in all possible circumstances, then there will eventually be a circumstance of which arises to that which you do not forgive, and thus the break between past and future is final. Therefore, the system must move toward entropy, because you no longer have a way to limit the probability distribution of the future to not be entropic, right? The link between past and future limits the probability distribution so that it doesn't disperse too much. And if there's a break between past and present, well, then the future will be entropic. And if there is a possible scenario in which forgiveness will not occur, then it is only a matter of time, according to some modal logic, when that is realized, and therefore an eventual entropy, dare I say, is inevitable. Perhaps 2,000 years, maybe tomorrow, et cetera, so forth. But if forgiveness is not a variable in the system of all possible circumstances, then it is only a matter of time before the future becomes too distributed of a probability blanket and you get forgiveness. And of course, the example of forgiveness that is ultimate would be, of course, Jesus dying on the cross. And if you don't have that, and it is also not by chance, in my opinion, that that model has become so important to people, even if they are not Christian, because that is a model of assuring forgivenesses in the system in all possible circumstances, so that the break between past and future is never necessarily broke. And if it doesn't have to be necessarily broke, then a over distribution of the probability blanket is never necessarily going to occur. And so entropy is not necessarily fated to the race of man. And so forgiveness is extremely important. There's more to say, but let me give it to Michael and then Christian. Michael, please.
Well, and just I have some things to say, but just on that point, just picking up what you said about the Christian forgiveness, like Christianity as we know it would not exist without that fundamental belief. Like the disciples would not have continued to disseminate and spread the religion of Christianity if that was not baked into like their very faith, because they would have sought revenge. It would have been Peter stabbing out, slicing off the ear. That just would have either spread, and then they would have just been extinguished immediately, because they were greatly outnumbered by both politically, militarily, economically at that time. Like it so like when you talk about what do you call it, Daniel? The social coordination mechanism. Like that was the social coordination mechanism 2,000 years ago, was built on forgiveness. It just like is there's no two ways about that. What I wanted, I was just thinking as Javier was talking about forgiveness in the past, that it seems like knowledge of the past is also connected to love. Like when we understand why someone did something in the past, if we understand, like I was just thinking of Trump as just an example, like that book that I think was his niece wrote about, kind of just peeling back the layers of his family, learning about who his father was and the expectations he had on Donald Trump and the whole family, and the consequences for not living up to the ideals of him and his business, and kind of and so you can imagine like the stress and the pressure and the kind of just limitless greed that he was that was just the pool that he was swimming in, and that produced him. And that doesn't excuse the behavior, the kind of senseless acts, but it breeds empathy. And so I think knowledge of the past, like it breeds empathy, and I feel like in the kind of postmodern, deconstructionist age, like there's kind of a demonization of history. It's like history is the expression of the patriarchy and just continuous patterns of totalitarian, exploitative capitalistic regimes, right? And there's which, it's not like that's not true. It's just from that stance, then what grounds do you have to build a future? It's like that's a great ideology at tearing down existing structures, which is, it's like you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's like that is also part of creating a new future, right? But I just thinking about it from like any artistic pursuit, like if you haven't studied the greats, it's like you don't have clay by which to mold your masterpiece, your creation. Like I remember when I started playing the saxophone, and like I really had not studied improvisation, had really not studied jazz history. I was like trying to improvise, and I was like struggling. I was like, why can't I improvise? And it's like it's almost laughable now to look back, because it's like, well, I had nothing to work with. Like I had no phrases to work with. I had nothing in my head to kind of work from. And yeah, so I think this like study of the past to breed creative inspiration, to have an idea of like where the world was and how we got to where we are now, and then couple that with like a certain value structure, and that seems to equal like a potent vision, and then the kind of big mystery is like, well, how do you bring that into a culture that now is pluralistic and now increasingly more so than we've ever seen, people with like very distinct histories. So like we in the West might be well versed in all sorts of different cultures, but like someone else might be coming from a very particular like ancestral lineage, and they might be like extremely steeped in that, but not maybe not aware of a different culture, and so they bring a very specific idea of the future that they're moving towards, and it's like how do you blend with that? And one thing before I pass it back that I think is really interesting right now is like a developing trend is like people finding religion again. I was just having a conversation with my mom about this the other day, like the kind of like ortho bro trend, and people who like hadn't had religion, maybe their parents hadn't had religion, or their grandparents hadn't had religion, or maybe they did, but it was like a very like traumatic experience for them, and people finding it again. And it's like there's this thirst for tradition, and there's this thirst for like moving back into the past, but it's almost like these people who are moving back, it's like they're groundless, and they're looking for ground, and they're looking all sorts of different places for it, and I think that's going to create it's almost going to be this like recreation of like what faith even looks like, because these people are, unlike their predecessors, they're much more open to pulling from like all sorts of different strains, all sorts of different traditions, not just within the Christian faith, but like Eastern traditions, pagan traditions, like all sorts of things. And that's just going to be really interesting to see how that plays out, if that like creates more factions and tribalism and antagonism and breakdown, or if that creates like a new synthesis of of faith. But yeah, that's all I have.
Fantastic. First, it will be a disaster if it doesn't ultimately lead to beauty. Because ultimately it's going to, you're going to fall into this problem we're describing, where there's a return to religion, but if the basis of that religion is not a certain experience of a certain sufficiency, then you will ultimately, even though you have a sophistication of individuals, because here's the other issue, is how many of the individuals who are, like you're saying, on this little corner, and Luke and different people, Christian, who I really, really like, Rosberg, how many of them define the average person going to church, or different people, right? You could have a crystallization of complexity that separates, that could be problematic. You could argue it's better than nothing, and certainly I would say so, but you have this sociological problem. And to me, the return to religion, the return to metaphysics, the return to all of these things, in my opinion, are circling, well, the sociological and economic conditions that can incubate this so that it's not just isolated, but it actually becomes a shareable quality that many people can define. So it doesn't just lead to atomization. And this is tricky, but it is pointing toward it. Let me put it to this way. It is pointing to a certain receptibility, to something else. That then the question will be, well, what does Jesus say? If you remove a demon and don't fill it with the Holy Spirit, you get 7 more. You get 7 demons that come. I think we're basically at that moment where there's a sense that something was wrong. Okay, well, what are we going to fill it with? Well, I hope we do something, or else it might be a way worse. So these are some tensions. But what you're saying, Michael, is very important. Basically, also, and then I'll give it to Christian. Basically, forgiveness kind of is love. It is hard to imagine love without forgiveness. What is the difference between love and like? It may be forgiveness, and forgiveness is a return. And love is a return, and therefore memory. Like you love what you return to, right? And if you can't return to something when it hurts you, then you only liked it. Forgiveness is the question of, will you return? Do you actually love? And that's what's very interesting, because in some respects, the only way to tell the difference between love and like is the hurt. Now, this, of course, risks abuse and all of those different problems. So this is where one does not enter into love lightly. This is very important. Like, we're like, oh, just date. Like, we're not preparing subjects for going into love. And so they get burned. They can be taken advantage of. And I'm not saying that no one should ever leave a relationship, but if you enter a relationship and don't know of these stakes, which I think many people unfortunately are being set up for, not having the tools to think these, I mean, you could argue love is basically the hardest of all philosophical practical problems. I mean, ultimately, all of this is coming back to some sort of structure of love. And if love is the hardest philosophical problem, then I would not enter it lightly. And we encourage people to enter it lightly. And we act like it will solve all your problems, when actually it is the beginning of what a G.K. Chesterton said. He said, marriage is a fight to the death that no one of honor will turn down. Okay. There's this certain sort of like fighting to the death, but of course, if fighting to the death is the only way to be fully alive and resurrected, then this has some role. But the point is, because the subject of love is very important, is there is a certain gravity to love that I don't think we take seriously enough, and that leads to not realizing that love comes down to a question of forgiveness. And forgiveness might be the hardest of all questions, because it is the most non-rational. It is the most non-rational matter that, if not afforded by the society inevitably ends up in Nash equilibria or suboptimal results. And basically what we are suggesting is that this is isomorphic to reality itself, because without forgiveness, eventually the past and future are cut off from one another. Non-rationality is what links or keeps linked the future and the past. And therefore, you don't end up in a non-rationality, because when you're cut off from the past, the Nash equilibria, I meant to say Nash equilibria, the Nash equilibria, the suboptimal result is the distribution of probabilities that are not bound by any memory of the past, and therefore it becomes entropic. And when I keep saying that the probability multiplies and becomes entropic, we all experience this as the paralysis of choice. When you have an infinite number of things to do, you don't know what to do, right? When there's infinite probability, you actually freeze up. A whole lot of nihilism is actually not a result of not having potential. It's by not knowing what potential to realize, because there's too much of it and there's no limiting principle. You can end up in nihilism and hopelessness, not from the lack of possibility, but from the inability to delimit possibility. And so you get this entropic result, okay? So forgiveness assures that in all possible situations, there will be a limiting principle. There will be, because the key limiting principle, and then I'll give it to Christian. The key limiting principle that we are describing is the return. The return is everything. Hegel is all about the return, because return is never a return. It's always an excess. Hume is all about the return. Deleuze is the repetition where it has an excess. The return is this sociological basis that brings about an irrefutability that is open, because creativity is a return. Love is a return. It just turns out that every time you return, you find out the thing you return to is different. And the question is, can you handle that or not? If you can handle it, it is beautiful. If you cannot, it reduces you to ash. Therefore, the return is always a return to Lovecraft, with the craft in parentheses. Let me give it to Christian. Christian, please.
Lots of poetry there. I liked it. Well, now I'm in the dilemma of just wanting to bathe in your words and then have to say stuff. Jeez. Okay. Whatever. So the idea of divination as a kind of forgiveness occurs to me, where in divination you're doing a few things, right? You're limiting your sense of the possibility space, or your decision-making space, perhaps. And so in some sense, you're forgiving yourself, right? You're forgiving yourself of your inability to simply make a decision based on pure rationality, right? I think this is why people go to astrology and tarot and stuff like this, right? Because you're like, I can't make sense of this shit myself. I'm forgiving myself of my incapableness here, and depending on, trusting something from life, something external to me, even external to other people's ability to be rational, to help guide me forward, or make sense of things. And that's I think that's interesting. I think it's perhaps why divination is often so tied to spirituality and religions in traditions, and not just some kind of like pastime, or it can be a bypassing, but it doesn't have to be a bypassing. It can be more like an act of forgiveness of the limits of rationality, and in the face of needing to take action, so that you're not stuck in that analysis paralysis, right? There's so many ways I could think about this. There's so many different paths I could take forward. I need to limit it somehow. I've been basically flipping coins for the last 6 years as my divination process, which I find works pretty well, and doesn't trigger my skepticism about what the fuck I'm doing. Like, I'm just flipping a coin. There's at least this pretense of pure randomness. But what if, and if we don't do that, if we don't forgive the limits of our rationality, we get quickly stuck, and then I think we get stuck in life, and we get stuck in our relationships, right? We find ourselves either, we find ourselves stuck in the limits of our rationality, and thus, reducing complexity down to something that it is not. We, like your example with your girlfriend, right? Like we pattern match a certain behavior to something, and then if we don't have the trust to let go of that rational framing, we can quickly find ourselves at a loggerheads with the other. So that trust is important. The idea of forgiveness as the difference between love and like is good. It reminds me of something I heard once, which is that you can measure a friendship by how readily you can forgive someone. And I think that speaks to your trust in that person, right? So two people who might do the same thing to you, one, you might forgive more readily because there's a deeper trust, right? There's a deeper sense that I can trust that this person, whatever, can self-reflect on their behavior, or there's a million ways that might play out, but and that's different though than forgetting, right? That forgiveness, if you're merely forgetting, then I think you can fall into the dangerous zones that you talked about, Daniel, of exposing yourself to future abuse, basically. You're not really forgiving at that point. You're just kind of like pasting over, and then you've failed to create a boundary, etc. So yeah, it's not real trust. It's just kind of a blind faith or something like this. The how and then but it's like, so what happens in the face of true forgiveness if it's not just forgetting, right? You are reorienting yourself, right? You've got a new data point, you've got a new memory. There's the past is still there, the perceived or actual offense is still there, but now you have to be creative and find some sense of a future that you feel okay with, right? Otherwise you're going to get, again, either stuck in the past and resentment, or kind of like a blind ignorance that leaves you vulnerable. And it requires improvisation, kind of like the jazz improv Michael was speaking to, right? Where you have to have something. Well, Sun Ra is a famous jazz musician who I heard say once, or read a quote from, that to be a great musician, you have to forget everything you've learned, but you have to learn stuff before you can forget everything. So there's like this dual thing going on where you have to learn from the history, you have to learn from the hard points of your history in a relationship with someone, and you have to forget it in a certain sense to make room for how to improvise forward. And that's interesting, and maybe it makes me want to say that love is not the greatest problem, but is the greatest challenge, or something like this. It's like the greatest mountain you can try to climb, or something like that. There's no top to it. Anyway, I wanted to say something about Ghibli as well. The I don't know if I can tie it in very well, but maybe we need to forgive AI in a sense. We have to uh, what do I mean? AI is doing something that we have an appetite for, but it's also killing something. And I think I agree with Sam that, like with the Ghibli example, there's I forget the term she used, like a semantic renewal, maybe it was, um, something like that. And that's what my thought has been for a long time, because I think what AI will do is create a distinction between what is great about what we love that it imitates, right? Um, if AI can turn anything into the Ghibli aesthetic, it wasn't merely the Ghibli aesthetic that was actually great. I mean, there's some greatness there, but it forces us to distinguish what it can't replicate. It's not going to create Princess Mononoke, and there's some form of Princess Mononoke, which would be great even without the Ghibli visual aesthetic, right? Like there could be a book version of it that would also be great. But you know, moreover, I think my intuition is that AI is going to push creativity in general to new heights because of this exact dynamic. Once certain things can be so easily done by AI, it just forces the question, like, what can it not do? And then we have to look deeper within ourselves to find that thing that it can't do. And then we have the challenge basically of finding a way to express that. And so I think it's great. I think it is a death of a certain kind of creativity that's going to force new types of creativity. And then I honestly think, like, even though you get a lot of hemming and hawing from artists about AI, I imagine that like the so-called greatest artists probably share this feeling. I think truly great artists are not, you know, put off or threatened by a new technology. It's just, that's just the new reality, and human creativity will continue in the face of it, and it will change in the face of it, and that's exciting actually. That's like, just like when the camera was invented, and I'm sure people were like, oh, this camera is the death of the paintbrush or something like that. No, artists were like, ooh, interesting. What can I do with this? Or what does that force me to do with my paintbrush that I wasn't doing before, right? Now I'm wondering, like, what is there a timeline correlation between the camera and certain forms of art? I'd have to look at that. Maybe there's something interesting there. To bring it back to the question of ethics and our creativity in ethics, I think there's maybe something similar going on. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm kind of thinking really at the edge of my rationality here. Maybe there's something like an AI-ness to the ortho-bro revolution, right? Where it's like we're doing we're recreating something, right? And we're taking all the aesthetics from some tradition and kind of repurposing them in a way. And you can certainly get lost in the slop there of that aesthetic appropriation. But you could also see that as a forcing function for something new, which I feel like maybe Michael was getting at. There's you get to look at what it is that you.
Something else I can help with?
I triggered Siri, who said she does not have an answer for that. I'm going to take that as a divine sign to shut up.
I think that point is magnificent. I think there is a certain scraping to get the answer from other things where ChatGPT is kind of just scraping to give you an answer that creates the feeling that it feels the answer, but ChatGPT doesn't feel its answers, it just gives its answers, right? And there's a way in which sometimes a certain going to the past or looking for existential stability is just scraping things to feel better, and you look better, but it never translates into the feeling. Unless there's that inner development virtue, et cetera, so forth. So I think that's really great. I like what you were saying. So a few things, and then I'll give it to Michael. I think what you were saying well, before I forget to say something large, the universe is basically a jazz musician. And to the degree we are jazz musicians is to the degree we are the Gestalt. And so Gestalt, well, the universe is a jazz musician. So to the degree we are like a jazz musician is to the degree we are the universe. And so that the Gestalt is the Gestalt, right? And that the form is formulated, right? Like being is like a jazz musician. That's what it is doing. And jazz entails a return, but the return is created to make space for more creativity. That's what we do. So to the degree we are like a jazz musician means we are like how the universe is, which means we're real because we are the universe. And, that's not to say we're expansive, but, you are a node in the universe. And so to the degree you're Gestalt, so to the degree you are a Gestalt curving into a Gestalt, and thus a form of the formulation. Now, that basically is the ultimate claim, but then it would have to be described how the universe is like a jazz museum as being time-space. But it is to the point. But Christian, did you want to say something else, sir?
Yeah, quickly, another thing that was coming up for me while you're talking was this whole dynamic of limitations and creativity. And it's something as a creative person I've thought a lot about. And I was one of the ones who, when I was learning guitar and whatnot, after some like very rudimentary, learning how to play Nirvana riffs and Cure bass lines, I mostly stopped learning anyone else's music. I took exactly one guitar theory class with my friends and like unlocked one concept that I was like, oh, that's all I needed. And I tend to like getting to this creative zero point where you are running up against the apathetic very strongly, right? Where you don't know what you're returning to exactly. And you do face like danger there. I mean, you do face the inability to move. You do face getting overwhelmed. But I also think there's almost like this bottomlessness to the return, right? There's always a deeper depth to which you can return that really can, I want to say, transcend memory or just go forever deeper into memory. Like and I think it's important to make room for that. I think it's important to be able to forget very deeply, I guess, your memories and history. Even if you're like me and I love history and I love learning, I also want to be able to forget all of it very, very, very deeply, because then that puts me in a position to find things that are deeply new, right? And to some extent, that might just be my nature, like I'm a novelty junkie or something. But I also think when you're in times of great problem, you need great novelty. You need stuff that is, in some ways at least, deeply new. And so we have to deeply forget even history, even after we've deeply dedicated ourselves to that history. So I don't necessarily see the apathetic overwhelm, if I'm saying apathetic, anyways, as a problem. It's just a challenge. It's like how deeply can you forget and still be in a place to be creative? Anyway.
I agree completely. And I think also if we say love is a challenge, then if you say God is love, then God is a challenge, right? And that there's something about also, yes, the apathetic is a challenge. It is not a bad thing. The overwhelm is not a bad thing. In fact, one could argue we live for the overwhelm. Like we live for an experience of Gestalt that is so powerful, we must change our life, as James Wigley put it. That's exactly right. So a few things. First off, I think what you were saying about forgiving AI is exactly right. One could argue that everyone has to forgive every technology. And if we do not, then unfortunately, it doesn't forgive us back and it can destroy us. And I think also critically, the very saturation of AI is actually the way we can tell the essential from the accidental. So in that way, it's a gift. Like that radical saturation or showing, oh, you thought the art was the essential thing to Ghibli. No, it's something else. It's something else. And that then asks the question, well, what is it? Is it the music? What is the aesthetics of Princess Mononoke without the music of Joe Hayashi, right? What is Nausicaa Wind Valley without that incredible composer, right? Oh, what if it's the Gestalt? What if the magic of Ghibli is the whole? Oh, well, maybe what I'm actually looking for in life is Gestalt. How do I experience more of those? And so I think AI is a gift in that way. But all gifts that force you to pay attention to the difference between the essential and accidental are hard. They have to be. Otherwise, you would have already separated them. So I think AI in that way can be very powerful. I think also forgiveness. So forgiveness is interesting because a key idea is forgiveness means the past can change in being the same. So the past can actually be something different while not being something different. Well, this is a revelation because if the past can do that, as you can have when you forgive, well, then what if everything could do that? Forgiveness suggests you can change the past while the past is the same, which if it's possible, through forgiveness, what if it's possible through like creativity and imagination and relationships? Huh. So then something can be the same and be different at the same time. You can't change the past, but you can. That's interesting. That's what forgiveness can do. That's the non-rational. I think also the thing that also, like you're saying with forgetting, the problem with forgetting, if you forget the past, then the past cannot shrink your probability distribution in the future. You have to remember it, or else your distribution in the future is too wide and you get entropy, right? So forgetting the past is not the way, because that's also a denial of truth because the past occurred, right? So you end up in self-effacement if you do that. So forgetting the past is very problematic. And also, you can repeat the same mistake, but not in a sublative way, but in a self-effacient way, because that probability, that possibility in your future is not narrowed out from. It's still part of your probability distribution. So that becomes a problem. So you don't want to forget. You want to forgive, which is, of course, much harder. I think also critically, return is always a turning. When I return to the past, I turn it into something else. When you return to the past, you turn it into your present, right? When you forgive, when you return to the past and you forgive, return is a turning. You transform, you make it something else. So this is also very important, because what ends up happening is when you return to the past, you turn it into something apathetic. That's also kind of critical. Like if you only go through the past or through the present, then you never return to something to realize that it's in excess of your ability to comprehend. So returning is how you turn something into the apathetic, because in the repetition you get the excess, like Deleuze says. If you never return, you never get the excess. And so it's very difficult to get the apathetic. I don't think it's by chance. There does seem to be some odd relationship between tarrying with history and learning history and coming to terms with the apathetic. It seems like you don't see people overly focused on the future or new technologies talking about the apathetic. They're building the future, which is then using imagination to think the future versus to return to memory. Therefore, the imagination is not limited. Therefore, it tends to be overly distributed in potential, causes paralysis or entropy. If imagination is directed toward the future, bases go to the past and then to the future. The imagination must always go through the past. Otherwise, it's not limited and it overly distributes the probability, and then you get entropy. So that gives you all sorts of problems. But when you go through the apathetic and you're overwhelmed, what's so key about apathetic overwhelm is that means there's a limit on something that's not limited. Something not limited limits you. You can get a limit from that which is unlimited, which makes sense, of course, because if the unlimited couldn't create a limit, it wouldn't be unlimited, right? So the unlimited can create a limit, but that occurs in the return to the past, which unveils the excess in the return, that therefore actually shows the unlimited can generate a limit that creates structure. So you can, and then that limit is actually a testament to the unlimited. So it is not a loss of creative potential. It is the limit that results from the encounter of basically infinite creative potential that is realized through a finitude. So the infinity is never exhausted or transcended of the finitude because it is realized through it. So that becomes very important. I will also say, if you, and then I'll give it to Michael here. So the apathetic is always a return to the past, which turns the past into the apathetic. And that's not a bad thing. That's a challenge that actually makes possible a limiting in face of the unlimiting, which can then structure the future to not be overly distributed, leading to entropy. I think there's also something very important where if you can always forgive under any possible circumstance, then you can always return. And so you can always live. Because here's also the trick that we'll have to explain in a moment, but I'll give it to Michael. The act of returning is negentropic. The act of returning creates life because it turns the past into a creative potential. If you cannot return, you will fall to entropy. If you cannot return to the past, you will be nihilistic. You'll lose motivation. You'll fall apart. You won't have a structure. You'll either lose the ability to move because the future is too vast and you can't make a decision, or you won't be able to move because the loss of the past means that you don't have a way to move into the future without it overly dispersing. So you end up actually being incapable of living. So the key to living basically is the returning. And if there's some point that you won't forgive, there's the possibility of losing life. So you must be able to always return in all possible circumstances, because that return turns it into something apathetic, which then unveils a possibility that brings with it a strike of beauty that is negentropic, that creates an energy to move into the future. And if you cannot do that, then the clock is ticking on eventually the entropy setting in. So there is something about the ability to return, because I actually think that basically the structure of reality, the present is a curve that is being curved by the past as a kind of pull that is trying to bring it back around to intersect with it, following the distribution probability of the future. And that intersection creates a form, because now it's a shape. If you have, like, a shape emerges if a line intersects, right? So if space-time can pull itself back around as itself into an intersecting point, it makes a form. And when you get a form, you get a gestalt. And the entire formulation of being is working to make a form, but it never finishes. So every form along the way is a glimmer of the gestalt of the whole that is isomorphic to the whole, that you can have a glimmer and sense of the whole in the ultimate conclusion without actually knowing the ultimate conclusion, because there is an ever participation on the curvature of the past by the pull of memory along the probability distribution of the future. And that's what humans are trying to do. There is much more to say, but let me give it to Michael here, and then if anyone has final things. Michael, please.
Well, and in the return, you don't return as your previous self. You're transformed through the forgiveness. I'm just thinking of the story of the prodigal son. Like, the prodigal son comes home and he's, squandered his inheritance, and he's acted recklessly and foolishly, and he's expecting his parents to shame him. And what do? They do the exact opposite. The father opens him with loving arms, and they have a fast, and his mother can't wait to see him. And through that unconditional love, I don't remember how the story ends, but you can imagine he's deeply touched by that. And it's a surprise. It's a true surprise at the depths of parental love and forgiveness. And so I don't know, just whenever we have a homecoming with our family, it's you just feel you feel that sense of, oh wow, you remember all of the past versions of yourself. And if you allow yourself to forgive those parts, you can recognize how much you've evolved and changed, and you can see the beauty in that. And then through that chronology, you can also see, oh, is there kind of a coherence to the arc of my life? And if I do feel that coherence, where's the next rung on the ladder? Where does it look like my life is progressing to? And so that then there's a real example of the synchronicity between understanding the past and bridging towards the future. There was something else I wanted to say, but I'm quite tired, so my brain may have decided that was all that I have. But just this is real idea that forgiveness and love, and again, back to something that was said a long time ago by Luber, relationality at the bottom of it all, and that really being the ontological ground for creativity, for evolution, for moving towards a future that is coherent, that is adhering to the transcendentals. A thought I had a little while ago was we were talking about creativity and understanding the past and history and stuff like that, and that maybe creativity is the act that makes sure history isn't doomed to repeat itself. It's taking a new road that diverges from this kind of, I don't know. I then kind of refute myself because I'm like, well, you know, if we take time being cyclical seriously, then like, isn't history always doomed to repeat itself in a circular, you know, conception of time? So I don't know if that's totally true, but it seems like creativity, which honors the past, but also through understanding the past, understands what the present requires. I think that's the key insight from understanding the past, is like, what is the present then require, and then making our creativity like specifically tailored to meet the moment. That makes sure that these patterns that we never seem to learn from, because in some sense we don't forgive the past. You know, like I remember reading this really profound text in a sociology class in college, and it seemed like no one in my sociology department really understood it deeply, because of just the rhetoric that, you know, the department was full of. Was like, it was written by this man, Franz Fanon, I think. It's called The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. And he basically argues that like throughout history, in countless times of revolution, he was a South American during the 60s when there was a lot of upheaval in South America, that the oppressed groups then end up becoming the oppressors. You know, you can think about it in like France, for example, during the French Revolution. And then what followed was the Reign of Terror under Robespierre, which then eventually gave rise to Napoleon. And that's a real clear example of history repeating itself through the lack of forgiveness, because the revolutions were inspired by, well, bitterness, resentment, rage, you know, a desire to topple an old regime, and underneath it, even though I think most people in those revolutions would deny it, a desire for power, a desire for justice through, you know, in the way they saw achieving that was to basically give themselves the power that they never had. And the lack of forgiveness, I think, continued the cycle. So it seems like forgiveness is central to making sure history doesn't repeat itself.
Magnificent. Basically, the future depends on forgiveness. This has been lovely. Thank you all for your time today. I really appreciate it. So there's a few things. There's no, every repetition has an excess. So if history repeats in a circle, let's say it starts here. If history comes back here, right when it gets here, it actually goes up a little. And then when it goes up a little more, because you add a vertical, what ends up happening, because you can never repeat. So what happens, every repetition pushes up, and then it does this. It's kind of like a spiral or a cone. I sometimes think of a cone. It has a certain cone where the base is spreading out because the past is growing, right? So there's a certain expansion that makes it more, the bottom is more foundation, but there's this certain turning structure to it that adds a certain verticality to it. Critically, what's very odd is that the cone, though, never closes, because if it closes, then it would be a stable shape. It is always in the formation of a cone, but it never closes the cone, because if you did that, you would know the outcome, right? And the creative possibility would be closed, right? So it has a formation of a cone, but not a form of a cone, okay? In the sense that I am so describing, right? And then basically at every point the intersection occurs, at the point of repetition, is the possibility of an insight of the Gestalt, because you have a sense of, wait a minute, this pushed up. Oh, well, if history is circular and it pushes up, then it's probably a cone that's forming. But you don't know that because you never see the end. But at the moment of the push-up, the moment of the repeat that adds the vertical, you can have a insight, as James Wiggy put it. You can have a sense of the Gestalt, of which is given by the fact that the circle led to an excess. Well, how is that possible? There must be another dimension. Well, if it's horizontal, the only dimension is vertical, so it must be pushing, right? And the question is if you want to go up or down in your spiral or circle, and there's different ways to talk about this. But that alone gives you a reason to think of the trajectory of the whole without knowing the whole, right? And that is the idea of getting a form of the formulation. There's a few more things. We should also note that the reliability we have talked about is possible because we risk some sort of necessity, but the necessity never becomes necessary it is only approached. If there is, in the same way that we spoke about an underlying structure that is practically there but not technically, so it goes with necessity, right? But the very risk of the possibility of a necessitary becoming necessary must be afforded in the structure of being that we are describing if it is to be a movement. Otherwise, it would be stagnant. So there has to be risk in the structure of being and ourselves, or else there would not be movement. Because in the same way that because you couldn't have the probabilities of sufficiency if there wasn't the possibility of necessity, going too far into necessity. If you didn't have the possibility of sameness, you couldn't have similarity. But of course, if similarity becomes sameness, it becomes an impossibility. So the possibility of sameness and total difference is virtual, as Mr. Bard would say. But that doesn't mean it cannot be influential. But as we approach it, we self-efface. You go into entropy and you disperse, right? So what ends up happening is basically, without forgiveness, there will eventually be a point where you will disperse because you can't return, okay? So this is what it means. If the return is what pushes you up to a vertical, then if you go, Michael, it's good to see you, then if you eventually don't return, then you go in a straight line, and the straight line then cones out into distribution, and it becomes flat, entropic, and it disperses, right? But if you can instead come back, well, then you can push up, and you have the same trajectory of that energy, you don't disperse out. Because a curve uses less energy than a straight line. That's what's very, very odd, is that a curve, it is easier to move. Well, we know this. If you stand straight, it's harder than moving. That's why there are no straight lines in nature. Nature is very curved. There are lots of curves. There are no smooth surfaces because it turns out, ironically, that smoothness is more energy intensive than curves and texture and different things, right? It requires more intentionality, which requires more energy, and that's why humans have to make smoothness, right? Life is sexy. It's got that, yeah, it's got curves. That's exactly right. Time-space is curved, right? So oddly, it requires less energy to curve back. It requires less energy to forgive than not to forgive. And you see this in people's lives. If they don't forgive, it eats them alive. It destroys them, and they become actually very sensitive, and they atomize. It is harder to forgive in the immediacy, but not in the long term, right? There's a radical pain of forgiveness in the immediate, but the cost in the long term is greater because that's what ends up happening. Like, it's harder to make the curve, but if you come back around, then it actually uses less energy. But if you go out this way, it disperses, and ultimately there's no energy, which is worse than harder. It's kind of like I wanted to say, one of the problems today is that we're apathetic to history. We don't care about it. It would almost be better if we hated it. History can take our hate. It can't take our apathy because we can take our hate. We can handle it and sublate it into love, right? The problem today is people are indifferent to history or they're over history. Like, a lot of the deconstructions of history aren't actually studies of history. The hatred comes from an actual apathy of learning history. It's more of an imaginary straw man that you're tearing down, right? It would actually be good if people read history and genuinely hated it. Because then they would have a relationship to it, and it could be a limiting factor on the future that would keep it from dispersing into nothingness. The problem we have today is a certain apathy to history, a certain indifference to actually learning it, which leads to an inability to structure creativity. So we're trying to create without any relation to the past, and that's very problematic. So there's also this very important idea that seemingly relation is at the bottom of it all, right? That relation is ontological. Well, you also have, and Ebert has said it, Bard and others, that relation comes before relata, and relata is a thing that relates. Well, that doesn't seem to make any sense at all, because how can relation come before relata? I think Mr. Ebert puts it very well. Relation saturates into a relata. Two atoms, the relation between the atoms are there that then makes a thing that's relating. The relation, like reality at its deepest being, entails relation that generates through saturation things, right? Like, relations unfold through relating, now you have a thing, that relates, now you have a thing, and now you have a thing. Well, that's gestalts curving into gestalts, right? But at the core is a relation. So then the question becomes, sex makes the chicken or the egg problem is sex. Well, sex in the beginning was the sex. In the beginning was the relation, of course. That's exactly right. Well, the question becomes, what is the most fundamental relation that generates relata? Well, it could be the relation between past, present, and future that is in time. It could be the relation of, say, memory in things and future and abstraction and probability, or Bard will talk about VPA, right? The first relation can actually be time space itself, relating to itself according to an unfolding and what has also unfolded, that then can generate an emergence from them, right? So if time space is a relation between itself and all of its probability distributions that are simultaneously being limited by what it is, that can be a relation of, I suppose, being of the universe that can generate relata. Well, once we get relata, well, then we're off to the races, right? But the relation is what generates the relata versus the relata, the relation. So all we have to say is, if we say relations are ontological, more than things, relations are more real than things, then all we have to suppose is that all there has ever been is a relation. There has never been no relation, which then, of course, basically says Gestalt is most fundamental. Like a Gestalt is necessarily a relation. You can only have a whole if you have a relation that is the whole. To say Gestalt theory, which is that the fundamental reality is a Gestalt, not parts, means it is a relation that is a whole as a relation, which makes sense if relations saturate into relata. So all you then need is this relation that is fundamental to move, or to entail the possibility of further relating with itself. Because here is the key, I think, a key problem. We've said it. The mechanism, the force of change that changes things, and the force of reliability has to simultaneously both be contained in finitude. Finitude has to contain both the possibility of an irrefutability that can structure creativity and the possibility of a creativity that is not irrefutable. Finitude and therefore everything that is finite and therefore a Gestalt of the Gestalt that is isomorphic to it, everything must contain both a force of change and a force of structuring and a force of limit. Well, that would mean the question is the following: does time space do that? I think it does, because the moment time space moves, there is a past that is shrinking its probability distribution, so it can't just be anything now, that it is then relating to in its present, that it is curving according to. There, in the beginning is a curve. The relation is a curve. Well, if the relation that is the beginning is a curve, then it can curve back on itself into a relata. And now if you have a relata, that can then curve, and then relata, that are as a result of a saturation as a result of a curve. Relata, R-E-L-A-T-A. Relata means a thing that relates. So if time space is a thing that relates with itself, but in relating with itself, it then generates a thing, well, that thing is then other than the subsistent time space, as Bard would say was subsistent, that then it can relate to, and that creates a new saturation, and on and on and on and on, in an ever complexifying Gestalt ergo geometry. That is all located in the finitude, which will create an effect of an underlying structure, but it is actually just practically an underlying structure, not technically, because what it is technically is a fundamental relation that saturates in a relata as time-space curving back on itself, because the past shrinks the probability distribution of the future, so it has to curve along, it can't just disperse. Here is the key. If the future shrinks, then the present curves. If the future does not shrink, then the present is a straight line. If the present is a straight line, it disperses and therefore becomes entropic, because a straight line uses more energy than a curve, okay? So another way to look at this is if we look at a Markov blanket. A Markov blanket is a if I understand it, is a maximum amount of probabilities that do not become chaos because of a boundary condition. So a Markov blanket is defined by a boundary. Within it contain a lot of probabilities, and every probability, yes, is necessary for that boundary, but that boundary also marks where the probabilities can be in relation and not disperse into chaos, basically. So a Markov blanket is a relation of probabilities that can avoid chaos. They can basically always have an order to them. No matter what direction you go in the Markov blanket, there could still be an order, okay? So the idea of the past is it always assures that the future is a Markov blanket. Now, this is how I understand the Markov blanket. Some people use it more casually to mean any distribution of probabilities. I understand a Markov blanket to be a distribution of probabilities defined by a boundary where every probability becomes necessary, and if they're all in there, then any path can go without destroying the boundary, okay? So all of those, it is the maximum number of probable directions that can occur in a distribution without destroying the boundary, therefore not going into chaos, okay? So it doesn't matter what probabilities you realize in a Markov blanket, the blanket is maintained, but if you add one more probability, that's lost, right? So the past assures the future is a Markov blanket. The past is what makes sure that the distribution of probabilities of where the present could go is never possibly chaos. It keeps it boundaried in a way that the present can always be a curve. It never necessarily has to become a line in some possible directionality. If there is a possible future where the present becomes a line instead of a curve, entropy wins. That needs to be added to, but granted to me, if you will. And so the question is the following. Can something occur that makes at some point in the present and how it unfolds that makes it necessarily the case that the future is not a Markov blanket? Or is it the case that any probabilities can be added to the future, and in all possible circumstances, it will still be a Markov blanket? Now, the more variance and probabilities you add to the future, the more energy it takes to turn the future, if you will, into a Markov blanket. Therefore, the more it will tend toward entropy. So if your future is too wide over your past, if you grant me that, then it becomes more energy intensive, and the curve will lessen toward a straight line and therefore become entropic, right? But the question is there ever a point where the future cannot be redeemed, per se? It cannot be brought back into a Markov blanket. Well, I think we get to decide. If you say, no, actually, I don't believe that there is any, so this is the move I would make for the absolute choice. If I were to say, I actually don't believe there is any point at which the future can't be a Markov blanket anymore, because the amount of probabilities and noise that has been added to the future is too chaotic to ever bring into a Markov blanket. If you say that, then you are saying the present never has to be a straight line. And actually, ultimately, what you are saying is that the universe doesn't ever have to necessarily end in entropy. There is always the possibility of negentropy. There is always the universe must always approach entropy. It must always be at risk of an ultimate heat death. But what if that is only a necessary virtuality, but not a necessary actuality? What if entropy is simply the necessity that must be there so that there can be sufficiency that doesn't ever realize it? What if entropy, a final heat death, only has to technically be a possibility so that it practically doesn't have to be? That the technicality is what affords the possibility of a practicality that never realizes it. Well, in my opinion, to Mr. Bard's work, if you say that entropy is inevitable, if you say that the universe must eventually die in a heat death, aren't you saying there's an underlying structure? Aren't you saying that there is a necessary outcome? And wouldn't that necessarily just make entropy another word for God? Wouldn't that just make entropy another word for a transcendent other that is over us? That entropy is over us and that there's nothing we can do, and at the end of the day, that it will be the final limit of which no creativity can overcome? Well, that seems to betray the spirit of a creativity that can be always new, because all things can be new. If that is the case, then there is no reason to assume, other than imposing a transcendent law upon the universe that is not in itself but outside of itself, that would necessarily limit the infinite creativity of creation, because you would say, in the end, it must necessarily be entropic, as opposed to saying it might be entropic. Well, if you say that it only might be entropic, then you are saying that there is always the possibility of a future being a Markov blanket, even if ultimately you fail to do so. Because if you say the future must be a Markov blanket, then you're saying then it is necessarily the case that the universe is going to end in negentropy and therefore never end, right? But if you instead say the future can always be a Markov blanket, then you are saying that entropy is not necessary, a final heat death, a final dispersal of energy that is usable to the point where it can no longer be redeemed. You are saying that that is not necessarily the fate of all things that are. If you say it might be the case that the future can always be a Markov blanket, because we can always return to the past that can then have a repetition that unveils an excess, that reveals a new creative possibility, that brings about a new ordering of the future and a new energy, then the future always might have the present be that which can curve, because a Markov blanket will bring about a curvature. And if the present can always curve, then it can always use less energy, return to the past, and actually have in that a new excess that can further drive it. And so, if indeed it is possible for the universe to actually, as a creation, as a time space, to always be negentropic, then it would be fitting and right for the human being themselves to always work to be negentropic, which would then make us Gestalt like the Gestalt, which would make us isomorphic like the being. You would be aligned with actuality as an open being, and therefore the ethical would indeed be to live as a human being that is negentropic in the manner that we have so described, which is tied to creativity, that in order to be continual under any and all possible circumstances requires forgiveness, or there is a possibility in the distribution of possibilities where the creativity comes to an end. So the human being then is fully alive when they are creative and forgiving. And if they are able to do that, then they can be under all circumstances a jazz musician that is like the universe as a jazz musician, because the music never has to end. There always has to be the possibility that it can end, and there always has to be the possibility of the energy being used up, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. And so what is ethical of the human is to not give in to any temptation of necessity and play on. And in that, I think we might have an insight of Gestalt, a glimmer of eternity, a glimpse of all things new.